Chapter 712. 282 It's Too Late for Regrets. Brother Jiang is on the phone, Part 1. _2 Remembering something. She flipped back to the WeChat page of Academician Ma. Can you bring Ning Xiao with you to the lab this weekend? The plasma low-temperature test bench. It took a few minutes before Academician Ma replied. Preparing new materials? By Jian, for the paper. Academician Ma. Understood. Bai Lian sent the new experiment plan to Ning Xiao and told him to prepare to go to the laboratory with her this weekend. Behind her, Sun Qian was bowing her head all the time. Her cool and gorgeous face seemed distracted, as if she was hesitating. After half an hour, Sun Qian finally opened her own locker, took out 3 gift boxes, and distributed them to the 3 dormitory roommates. These are the gifts I ordered for you guys, and they just arrived today. After Bai Lian had finished giving gifts last time, Sun Qian had been thinking about what to give in return. She had ordered these luxury items, which arrived a bit late at the end of the year. Only that they were not as valuable as Bai Lian's hair clip. That was why she was hesitating. Kong Wei opened the gift box and found a beige plaid scarf from the well-known Ji brand. She was hesitant. Sun, this is too extravagant. She had only shared some local specialties with her 3 roommates. Sun Qian watched Kong Wei clip her bangs with the pink diamond hairpin. You see Min push the gift box to Kong Wei. When one man gets into a position, all his friends get in too. You just keep it. The scarf for Bai Lian was pure white and very soft. She didn't stand on ceremony with Sun Qian, and directly accepted it. Thank you. The other 2 also accepted the gifts with politeness, and Kong Wei had no choice but to silently carry the scarf to her bed. Sun Qian also tidied up her own desk and before going to bed, she remembered something and invited her 3 roommates. My birthday is next weekend. Saturday morning. Despite the cold weather in Jiangjing, blossoms on the tree hadn't even started, and already the theater entrance was packed with people. The most devoted fans were holding support signs for Qin Si, with pictures featuring her character. The theater staff had not anticipated that followers from the entertainment industry would be so crazy, arriving early in the cold morning to camp out. They urgently called in dozens of security guards to maintain order. At noon, Qin Si, Bai Tong, and other actors from Blossoms on the Tree arrived, preparing for their first performance at 7 in the evening. As soon as Qin Si got off the car, the crowd surged forward with a whoosh. Fortunately, the security had set up barricades, and the fans were sensible enough not to break through. Qin Si. Sister, can I get an autograph? Someone handed a postcard to Qin Si. Sister, have you ever met Bai Jian in person? Qin Si felt like she was dreaming these past few days. The number of her followers on Weibo had already reached 3 million. She had also connected with Yan Lu, took the postcard and said, Thank you everyone. I hope you will pay more attention to our Blossoms on the Tree. While smiling, she promoted the play and signed autographs and took photos with all the fans present. She was humble and generous, not showing the slightest bit of affectation common among celebrities. She's probably the most popular in the troupe now. Bai Tong's companion turned to glance at Qin Si, who was signing autographs inside. It's all thanks to Vice President Gao. He really pulled off a masterstroke by bringing in President Jian and Bai Jian. Yesterday, during rehearsal, when they used that song as background music, I got goosebumps. Becoming explosively famous because of a single song is something almost no one in the entertainment industry can achieve these days. Qin Si's buff was stacking nicely. The fact that she had been selected to play the lead actress in Blossoms on the Tree showed her strong capabilities, and Bai Lian had not released any new songs for several months. This song was also their most earnest collaboration, and the 2 were already the brightest new stars in the music world over the past year. With all these factors combined, Qin Si's rise to fame was inevitable and hard for anyone to replicate. It's a bit of a pity, though, that Bai Jian's songs are only for female singers. The male friend patted Bai Tong on the shoulder. Otherwise, you could have become as famous as Qin Si even before the show aired. These drama actors struggle to break out of their circle. It's too difficult. Bai Tong heard the boy's words. His lips twitched slightly, but he did not laugh. Netizens and most people in the troupe thought the song only suited a female voice, so he wasn't included this time. However, he knew that wasn't the case, as on that day Secretary Shui came personally to call him and Qin Si. He weighed the pros and cons and chose to dine with Ji Yinghui. So Gao Shu cut him off from the opportunity. If that evening he had gone to Gao Shu's office with Qin Si, the lead singers would definitely have been him and Qin Si, right? With arrangements by Head Ji and Yen Lu's favorite composer, no one could have imagined, with Shua Qingyu in the picture, that Gao Shu would still be able to pull out such an ace in the end, even making Shua Qingyu himself believe it could connect him with the old institute head and the next Spoken Drama Institute director. Under the promotional image of the Drama Institute, Shua Qingyu looked at the several names under the theme song. The students behind him didn't dare make a sound at this moment. They all knew that Ji Yinghui had promised Shua Qingyu a pie in the sky, saying he could get Head Ji to arrange music for Shua Qingyu. In the end, Ji Yinghui promised a grandiose pie, but it was Gao Shu who effortlessly managed to invite Head Ji. Who could have known that Gao Shu had this trick up her sleeve? Bai Lian brought Ning Xiao to Ma Institute's lab early on Saturday morning. As for Plasma, she had taken leave. And in the evening, Yunqiao Hospital's orthopedics department received a special visitor. The Dong family's expressions were not good as the elder Dong stepped out of the elevator. Usually a scholarly figure, he immediately began to furiously rebuke his grandson Dong Chuan, whom he had always been proud of. Dong Chuan, oh Dong Chuan, where did all your daily learning go? Ha! Taking Wanxian to a bar. Is that something you can do? How can our Dong family explain this to our superiors? Dong Chuan bowed his head and admitted his fault and didn't say it was Run Wengshuan's own wish to go to Qinglong Bar. Moreover, the person involved has a somewhat special identity. He is someone Wengshuan's uncle knows. Orthopedics Director's Office. Xiaoqi stood with his hands behind his back, still exuding a gentle and refined demeanor. Mao Kuan, wearing a skull-print jacket, didn't wear a cotton coat despite the cold weather, his hands in his pockets and a cigarette hanging from his mouth. Run Wanxian sat across from the orthopedic director, her right wrist in a plaster cast, her face cold and stern. As soon as Elder Dong appeared, Xiaoqi apologized to him. "I'm sorry, our person was a little reckless and hurt Miss Ren." The director said a month of rest won't affect the dexterity of her hand. Mao Kuan still had his hands in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, ignoring the Dong family members. Seeing his attitude, old Dong's anger couldn't be contained. "Injured Miss Ren? You think it's over with just saying you injured Miss Ren? Do you know how important she is right now?" Xiaoqi's face was youthful, around the same age as Wanxian, and not of an age to take charge. He was a person known to Ji Xiaojun. "It's fine. Where are your parents? Have them come and speak to me." "Parents?" Mao Kuan bit his cigarette and gave Elder Dong a smirk. "My godfather, I dare not call him. Give your phone to you. Will you invite him?" Xiaoqi gave him a look and Mao Kuan stopped provoking. Only then did Xiaoqi withdraw his gaze, pondered for a moment. He was an orphan with no parents, but he touched his phone and called Bai Lian. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Fulai arrived early at Ma Institute, viewing papers in the lounge. The lab was a sensitive area and required protective suits, so Ning Xiao and Bai Lian didn't bring their phones and had left them in the lounge. Seeing Xiaoqi's call, Jiang Fulai's eyes fell slightly, he adjusted his glasses, answered the call. And the cold light from the window outside made his side profile seem even colder. "Yes? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 713. 283 This is their era, second update. _1 Ning Xiao was still inside the laboratory and hadn't come out yet. Bai Lian came out first with the experimental data. She had been reading a lot of papers on plasma-based new material preparation recently, and shared several translated papers with Ning Xiao and Ding Wenyang's team. In the break room, Jiang Fulai saw her come in, looked up, the light reflecting off his glasses. "Finished?" Ning Xiao is capturing the next set of data. Bai Lian entered the break room and closed the door. "I heard that starting up the machine is very expensive?" Academician Ma is the person with the most research funding in the circle, only second to Jiang Fulai. The equipment that Bai Lian and Ning Xiao needed to start up had a 5-figure startup cost, but Academician Ma didn't even blink. and the bill was sent directly to the Jiang family. Jiang Fulai leaned back, playing with her phone in his fingertips, and said nonchalantly, "It's not expensive." Whenever he said it wasn't expensive, Bai Lian always had her doubts. That's why Ning Xiao was planning to stay in the lab all weekend, working overnight to produce their data, hoping to get their experimental results in one machine startup. Bai Lian was going to return to organize the afternoon's data, along with addressing the issues raised by Ding Wenyang's team. Jiang Fulai packed up his computer and handed her back her phone mentioning Xiaoqi. He just called. "Should I have Ming Dongheng take care of it?" For such a minor matter, Jiang Fulai was too lazy to bother. Xiaoqi usually had his own ideas and wouldn't call Jiang Fulai unless it was out of the ordinary. Was Ren Wanxian injured? Bai Lian was surprised as she packed up the data. "Let's go have a look." Jiang Fulai gave her a glance. "A wrist injury, what's there worth seeing?" He had a dinner reservation with Bai Lian tonight, and after eating, they planned to attend the premiere of Blossoms on the Tree. He indifferently grabbed his coat and scarf. Ming Dongheng was waiting outside, took the computer from Jiang Fulai, whose mood seemed quite good before coming here, but in just 15 minutes, he was exuding a chill. Ming Dongheng didn't dare look at Jiang Fulai and just followed the two men with his head down. The snow outside had already melted, but it was still very cold. The car took to the main road, heading straight for Jiangjing Avenue, passing through Xinjiang District on the way to Yinxiao District. Along the road, the red banners for the Ink and Ocean Quadrilateral Exchange were occasionally visible, and when passing through the commercial district, the electronic screens on the mall buildings also displayed the Quadrilateral Exchange. Today, Ming Dongheng was driving a business car, with Bai Lian sitting in the back with Jiang Fulai. She placed her computer on the table at the back of the car and opened the software to draw curve graphs. Jiang Fulai sat next to her, his hand casually resting on the table, leaning slightly to watch her create the images. Yinxiao District Hospital. Ren Wanxian was under observation in the hospital. The Dong family's old master had been in the office talking to the chief physician the whole time, and hadn't said much to Xiaoqi or Mao Kuan, the younger kids. After conversing with the chief physician, he stayed at the end of the corridor on the phone. When the phone call ended, his expression was far from good. Dong Chuan stood by his side and upon seeing him hang up, quickly asked, "How did it go?" "I've reported to the chairman." The old master Dong's expression was poor. "The exchange is next week. It's not easy to find someone of the appropriate age in such a short time who can also stand the official scrutiny. Are you sure it was just an accident?" Old Master Dong narrowed his eyes, looking towards the two in the corridor. Mao Kuan was squatting in the corridor, engrossed in playing pop star, while Xiaoqi stood next to him holding his coat, responding to messages. Xiaoqi appeared rather refined, while Mao Kuan simply looked like an unreliable youthful fellow. This exchange was important as Ren Wanxian represented the entire image of their region. It was hard for people not to suspect that someone deliberately caused trouble to disrupt the exchange. "It's not entirely their fault," Dong Chuan spoke up. "A few people were drunk outside the bar. They were handling the situation when Wanxian had an argument with Mr. Xiaoqi over a piece of paper, and then someone else injured her wrist in the scuffle." "What paper?" Old Master Dong narrowed his eyes. "It seemed to be a drawing. She wanted to take it, and that's when her wrist was injured by a countermove." Dong Chuan also found it strange. "I didn't get a clear look at it. Mr. Xiaoqi put it away." Old Master Dong didn't ask further. It was Ren Wanxian who had instigated the trouble first. The two returned to Ren Wengshuan's private hospital room, where the doctor was holding up an X-ray against the light. In the hospital room, Ji Xiaojun, Shen Qing, and the floor butler were present. With Ren Wanxian being injured, naturally, the Ji family had to be notified. With Ren Qian and Ji Xiaorong not around, Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing had made their way here. With such seriousness from the Dong family, the two hurried over, only to find it was just a swollen, sprained wrist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 714, 283. This is their era, second update. _2 Ren Wanxian was in a bad mood and didn't speak to Shen Qing and the others. When Shen Qing saw Dong Chuan, she said, "It's just a sprained wrist. The doctor said the bones aren't injured, and it should fully recover in about 2 weeks. Why don't we let those 2 kids outside off the hook? It wasn't intentional on their part." Her words naturally showed bias, as Xiaoqi and Mao Kuan were friends of Bai Lian, and they even called her aunt. Compared to Ren Wangshuan's indifferent attitude, Xiaoqi and the other looked much more pleasant, especially Xiaoqi. "It's just a sprained wrist?" After hearing Shen Qing's words, Ren Wanqian glanced at her with a remark that seemed both mocking and teasing. She wanted to say something else but ended up turning her head away, no longer looking at Shen Qing, as if there was nothing left to say between them. As soon as Ren Wanqian said this, Shen Qing knew there was more to the story, and she immediately tugged at Ji Xian's clothing, not daring to speak further. Ji Xiaojun interacted with Elder Dong quite gracefully. The Dong family was indifferent to Mao Kuan and the others, but they were somewhat polite to Ji Xiaojun. "It's not that I want to make a big deal out of it, but this issue is more than anyone can handle." The butler, standing by, was taken aback and wondered to himself what matter could be so significant. Speaking of which, Elder Dong glanced at Xiaoqi and Mao Kuan with a cold voice. "Haven't your parents arrived yet?" Xiaoqi looked at his phone leisurely. "They're here." Elder Dong's gaze grew heavy, and he sat back down in the chair beside the sickbed, while Dong Chuan handed him a cup of water. It was at this moment that the half-closed door of the ward was pushed open, and the sound was particularly noticeable in the quiet room. The one who pushed the door was Ming Dongheng, with his sharp brows and starry eyes, an imposing aura about him. Ming Dongheng surveyed the room's occupants but did not enter, standing respectfully to the left of the door. The room seemed to quiet down in a second, so silent you could hear a pin drop. Elder Dong was looking down at his tea, with no intention of looking up at Xiaoqi's so-called parents. But the next second, he seemed to sense the shift in the atmosphere and raised his head. He saw a man and a woman entering. The girl wore a simple white sweater, her features bright and beautiful, and the man beside her was straight as a rod, holding a black long cotton jacket, his eyebrows and eyes cold like jade. Upon their entrance, the temperature in the ward seemed to drop several degrees. Elder Dong's hand trembled, and hot water spilled onto his hand, but he appeared not to feel it and quickly stood up from the chair. "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here?" He didn't recognize Bai Lian, but he did recognize Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai stood by Bai Lian's side, gave Elder Dong a fleeting glance, and remained silent. The butler was also surprised by the sudden appearance of Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai, quickly bowing respectfully and standing aside. Next to them, Mao Kuan removed the cigarette he had been chewing on from his mouth and touched the back of his head. "Sister Lian, brother Jiang." Xiaoqi's voice was slightly softer, "Sis." With their words, the Dong family realized that the relatives Xiaoqi and Mao Kuan had been waiting for word by Lian and Jiang Fulai, and both Elder Dong and Dong Chuan were extremely surprised. How could they possibly imagine that Ren Wangshuan's little thugs were so familiar with Jiang Fulai? Bai Lian held her phone, greeted Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing, then turned to Elder Dong. "We'll take care of all the medical expenses. Don't worry, we assure you that her hand won't have any issues afterward." Elder Dong finally lost his previous arrogance, smiling wryly. He then explained the issue with the upcoming international event. Actually, any injury would not be a big deal, but the international exchange will start next week. Wanqian is representing the National Calligraphy Association as a youth in official public appearances. This is a very important and confidential matter, and we can't find a replacement on short notice. We're not trying to make a fuss, but if the matter is pursued from above, neither the Dong family nor the Mu family can bear it. This was an opportunity that the Dong family had finally managed to secure. They were supportive of Ren Wangshuan's involvement with Dong Chuan, naturally wanting to promote her while also taking this opportunity to boost her fame. But before it could begin, this incident occurred. To put it lightly, they were unsuccessful in handling matters. To put it more seriously, it damaged the official image. In the room, the butler was startled by the Elder Dong's words. "Miss Ren is going to represent the youth?" He realized the importance of the matter. At the scene, only Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, and Xiaoqi with a few others maintained their previous expressions, their faces showing no change, as if what the members of the Dong family were discussing was just an insignificant matter. Bai Lian said politely, "Is this the only issue?" Dong Chuan and the elder Dong hesitated, but considering Jiang Fulai's presence, they did not dare to speak openly, only looking towards Jiang Fulai. "Mr. Jiang." The butler took a few steps forward and whispered to Bai Lian, "Miss Bai, this is an official exchange meeting." Bai Lian had heard about the Four Nations exchange meeting from Jianzhe and Qiuxuezheng a few days earlier. In a couple of days, they were also supposed to represent the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association at this grand event. And it so happened that Jianzhe was also preparing for his postgraduate entrance exams. Bai Lian listened inattentively, her fingers tapping on the phone screen sporadically, thoughtfully looking at Xiaoqi, ready to ask him later exactly what kind of paper it was. "I know," she grasped her phone after the butler finished speaking, and very politely asked, "I'll take care of things with the Calligraphy Association. Is there anything else?" Polite, restrained, yet assertive. The elder Dong had not yet reacted, only shaking his head in confusion. Bai Lian nodded her head, bid farewell to Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing, and then looked at Xiaoqi and Mao Kuren. "Come out with me." Jiang Fulai had not said a word from beginning to end, just standing to one side. When Bai Lian walked out, he leisurely followed behind her. Outside, Bai Lian took out her phone and sent a message to Qiuxuezheng. On the other end of the phone, Qiuxuezheng in Xiangqing was eating watermelon when he saw the message and paused for a moment. Next to him, Jianzhe put down his heavy book and looked up. "Mr. Qiu, what's wrong?" "Miss Bai," Qiuxuezheng said with a strange expression, "she's going to represent the youth at the Four Nations exchange meeting. I need to prepare in advance." "Jianzhe, what's the issue with Miss Bai attending the exchange meeting?" asked a student from Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School after Qiuxuezheng left. "I remember Mr. Qiu always saying, if your writing had 1/10 of Miss Bai's strength, it would be good. Miss Bai's writing is very beautiful. It's not really a problem, it's just, last year, she won first place at the Orchid Pavilion Award by a wide margin, and because of her the 3 first prize awards were exceptionally reduced to only 1. Mr. Qiu said her brushwork wasn't even as steady back then as it is now." Jianzhe picked up his book again and shrugged. Her writing alongside a group of her peers would be like, Miss Bai, at her current level, joining a group of elementary students. The Liang style, the era of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was now upon them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7:15. 284 The Newly Emerged Outlaw, Bai Lian's Confidence. _1 Xiaoqi was busy. When Bai Lian got into the car with him, he had just finished a call with Zhang Xiais. Zhang Xiais had gone to the University of Political Science and Law that afternoon, and had just come out, planning to have dinner with Qi Yundai. Bai Lian, with her keen senses, overheard Zhang Shi's voice. "Brother Xiaoqi, you do what you think is best, no problem. What's this? You call this a preemptive defense mechanism? If the Luo family dares to sue you, that's just perfect. You can then get several media outlets to say that the Luo family is afraid of your Xiankang's influence, and expand your influence, hehe." As a leading domestic pharmaceutical group, the Luo family had entered into a joint venture with an island nation last year, deliberately driving down the price of Chinese herbs by hoarding them, and also had hired a number of veteran traditional Chinese doctors. Many small Chinese medicine companies domestically could not continue with their business because of this. However, Xiaoqi had traveled to the 4 major cities last year, and started with third-tier small towns, acquiring many endangered pharmaceutical companies that were on the brink of closure and had excess stock. His recent moves had been bold, bringing Lance to the fore and even releasing a series of shameless soft-sell articles. The Luo family was beginning to feel unsettled. Listening to Zhang Shi's words, Xiaoqi seemed contemplative, and then started talking about the evening's events. "But I wasn't really hurt. Xiaowu even injured their people. Wouldn't demanding a shop be going too far? How much is an hour of your time worth, brother?" On the other end of the phone, Zhang Xiai saw Qi Yundai up ahead and raised his eyebrows. "Do you know how much of your time they've wasted? Not to mention compensation for emotional distress. 1 shop is nothing. You should just sue them for 3 shops worth of damages. Alright, my teacher is here, brother Xiaoqi, let's talk next time, gotta hang up now. To not be injured yet demand the other party compensate with a shop. When he heard such dangerous rhetoric, Bai Lian's brows twitched momentarily. She couldn't help but turn to look at Xiaoqi, beginning to wonder if he hadn't called her today. Would Ren Wanxian and the Dong family people still have had to compensate Xiaoqi with 1,000,000 yuan? Qi Yundai was clearly a law-abiding good lawyer. So why was Zhang Xiais, who followed in his wake, such a scoundrel? She stopped in front of the commercial vehicle, wanting to say a few words to Xiaoqi. Jiang Fulai took a cloak from the back seat and handed it to her before getting into the car, not interrupting their conversation. Sister, Xiaoqi put his phone back in his pocket and showed her a piece of paper from his pocket. This is it. Bai Lian reached out and took a slightly yellowed piece of paper. It was an order form, in English. Bai Lian looked at it carefully from top to bottom. A transaction for some kind of nerve toxin, though the type of toxin was not specified. What is this? Bai Lian handed the order back to Xiaoqi. I don't know. The dean gave it to me right before she died, saying when she found me, the only thing with me was this crumpled piece of paper. She didn't understand English, so she kept it for me, Xiaoqi explained to Bai Lian. But I think it's probably garbage. But it was one of the few things the dean had left for him, and he had kept it until now. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai went straight to the theater because they had dealt with Xiaoqi's matter and hadn't had lunch together. So Ming Dongheng picked up a box of pastries as they passed Qingxin Building. When they arrived at the theater, there were still many fans outside holding banners. Ming Dongheng drove to the back entrance. Secretary Xue was already backstage to receive the two of them. There was some distance from the entrance to the main theater. Bai Lian put on a white cape, pure white, with only 2 cross-green grapevines embroidered on the front. Simple and elegant. Jiang Fulai wore a black minimalist down jacket that reached his knees. The coat didn't look bulky on his tall and straight figure, but his expression was too stern. Secretary Xue didn't dare to guess his mood, and subconsciously felt that young Master Jiang was not in a good mood at the moment. In black and white. Snapping back to reality, Secretary Xue then led the two through the back entrance to their seats. Madame Su and Dean Jian have already arrived early. Considering herself a cautious person, her gaze couldn't help but sneak a peek at Bai Lian along the way. It was hard to imagine that such an elegant and modest person with excellent academic achievements was the same mysterious composer who had revitalized the Chinese music scene online this year. Qin Si had even gained a bit of fame because of this. As the person in charge, Secretary Xue was very aware of Qin Si's current commercial value. The theater had arranged for Qin Si to star as the female lead in a national tour. The male lead, Beitong, was yet to be confirmed. The circular seating on both the first and second floors was fully occupied. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai's seats were in the front row, where Dean Jian and Gao Yin had already arrived and were chatting quietly in their seats. At 7 o'clock, Blossoms on the Tree opened. Some in the audience had come specifically for Qin Si and the song, Blossoms on the Tree, unfamiliar with the play format. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 716. 284 The Newly Emerged Outlaw, Bai Lian's Confidence. _2 But as the curtain rose, everyone was infected by the humor intertwined with tense atmosphere. Qin Si and the other actors had much better acting skills and lines than the everyday actors one sees, possessing a strong emotional contagion. The first climax began, accompanied by the prelude to Blossoms on the Tree, which gradually built up to the most moving moment. As the sound of the guzheng played, not a single person in the large theater made a sound, all watching the stage with rapt attention. The exhilarating play concluded, and in the final tailpiece, it was Qin Si's solo, singing the theme song. This was the highlight. Blossoms on the Tree was so popular mainly because of the theme song, which is why the theater specifically arranged this segment. After the premiere, they immediately released Qin Si's version for free on the internet. During the 2-hour performance, including Qin Si's solo, not a single person left early. After Qin Si finished singing the theme song, she stood in the middle of the stage to take a bow. dressed in a bright red outfit, her hair tied back at the nape. She stood radiantly in the center of the stage. Everyone was still immersed in the plot and the theme song, with applause that was like a tide and lasted a long while. Backstage, the old dean's assistant excitedly said, "Dean, our play is a success. It's really going to be a hit." Gao Shu, holding flowers, embraced Qin Si. "Congratulations, Qin Si." Next to them, the old dean looked at Gao Shu and nodded slightly, already making a decision in his mind. Bai Lian had been quite busy lately. After watching the play, Gao Shu wanted to take both of them out for a meal, but she declined. Gao Shu had no choice but to send the two of them out. After the black business car drove off, Gao Yan finally snapped back to her senses, beginning to digest the plot she had just seen. "So, you're saying that the theme song was composed by Lian Lian, and Dean Jian arranged it? She's that composer who's been incredibly popular online recently?" When you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. The first time I saw Bai Lian with Dean Jian, they didn't interact like elder and junior, but more like musical soulmates when they talked about music. Now that I think about it, Bai Lian being that composer, and Dean Jian being the arranger, everything makes sense. Earlier when Secretary Shui was trying to dig up information on Bai Jian, she couldn't find anything. Gao Shu walked back with her. "With my nephew involved, who could possibly uncover her information?" A successful play hinges on the actors, music, atmosphere, and set design. None can be missing. Blossoms on the Tree had the best of everything, along with added halo effect. The viral Yin Lu by Jian craze from a few days ago hadn't even subsided yet, and tonight's plot and theme song exceeded everyone's expectations. After this evening, Blossoms on the Tree had just ended and the theme song had soared up the hot search list again. The popularity of the song Blossoms on the Tree was unprecedented and more fiery than the initial drinking wager. Suggest everyone to experience it live for the true feel of the plot, actors, sound system, and atmosphere. It's genuinely different listening to this song live. The plot is truly amazing. Yin Lu might still have a little hope of holding a concert. Qin Si really has no hope for that. The only chance to hear her live is in the theater. I've got to get ready. See you in Jiangjing for New Year's. Sunday, another piece of news shocked the netizens everywhere. Two major corporations come to blows. Xiankong serves Luo family with a court summon demanding compensation for 3 stores. The news spread across various video platforms simultaneously, humorous and witty, and the comments below. "I'm dying of laughter. I heard the agent from Xiankong didn't get a scratch. Shouldn't Luo family sue them for extortion?" The boss of Xiankong said he counts his time by the second, and wasting even 1 second is worth tens of thousands. Forget 3 stores, even if they asked for 10, it would be standard negotiating. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Guys, what's key is that the court actually issued the summons. Damn, who's the King Yin backing Xiankong? Horrified. Xiankang's move caught Luo Pharmaceutical utterly off guard. The acupuncture craze hadn't yet faded and the 3 stores meme caught fire again. Do you have 3 stores? If not, better not mess with me. While the netizens were playing with the meme, they were curious about who was the renegade legal advisor behind Xiankong. It had been really bustling in Jiangjing recently, not only because of Xiankong but also because the theater was on fire. It's not the new year, but it feels just like it. The upcoming Hanhai Inc. C4 Nations Cultural Exchange event, squeezed in the middle, received a lukewarm response. The folks from the Culture Bureau were also anxious. Tuesday morning. This is the evaluation material the Calligraphy Association just brought over. Vice Director Liang presented a new list to Dean Jian in his office, suggesting, "We should increase promotional efforts." The interest in this year's exchange is low. Everyone's attention is on the theater and Xiankong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 717. 284 The Newly Emerged Outlaw, by Lian's Confidence. _3 As for public relations, the two of you handle the negotiations. Dean Jian lowered his head, stretched out his hand to flip through the Calligraphy Association's quota, and was surprised. The representative changed? Vice Director Liang was contemplating the publicity matter. I heard there was a problem with the candidate selection. Dean Jian never involved himself too much in the affairs of the Calligraphy Association. He hadn't really remembered the few young people featured by the Calligraphy Association in their last report. He just had someone investigate their backgrounds, and as long as those were clean and simple, it was sufficient. This time was no different. He held a pen and briefly flipped through each page, encountering names unfamiliar to him. On the last page, he pressed down on the list, about to sign as he looked down, but sensed something was off. The next second, he released his hold and flipped back to the previous page. Young representative female. Name, Bai Lian Bai Jian, age 20. If it were just the name, Dean Jian might think it was a coincidence, but the other name was the same, and so was the age. All these coincidences together. Could they still be coincidences? Dean Jian. Dean Jian. Vice Director Liang saw Dean Jian pausing on that page, delayed in signing his name. Is there a problem with the list? Not necessarily. Having spent time in Xiangqing, Dean Jian knew about the unclear connections between the Calligraphy Association, Shenkong, and the neighboring martial arts school. The recent events in Jiangjing were all related to Bai Lian. I was just thinking. There's a possibility that we won't need to do any publicity. What is she up to now? Dean Jian was puzzled. He remembered Bai Lian's Guanga-style calligraphy. It wasn't part of the grass script and Liang-style calligraphy this time. Tuesday afternoon. In the cafeteria of Jiangjing University, Hen Shuyan, holding a cup of milk tea, bid farewell to Song Min and Bai Shaoqi. Junior brother, junior sister, goodbye. Senior Hen, take care. See you tonight. Song Min bid him farewell. Hen Shuyan had secured experimental funds through Song Min, and after back-and-forth interactions, the three had become quite familiar with each other. Bai Lian spent 2 hours in the ion laboratory that afternoon. After sending the data and summary to Ding Wenyang, she took off her lab coat, ready to leave early. Qiu Xuezhing and Jianzhe were soon to arrive in Jiangjing, and Bai Lian was going to have dinner with them and discuss the four-nation exchange event. Ning Xiao was still analyzing the weekend's data. Seeing Bai Lian leaving, Hen Shuyan entered the laboratory with his milk tea and looked at her, pausing. Bai Lian, are you going out again? Hen Shuyan was a doctoral student mentored by Sun Fu, the youngest among the doctoral students he supervised. He usually didn't manage others, but now that he was supervising several new students, he couldn't stand seeing them idle on regular days. No matter who it was, anyone with free time would be assigned a task. Senior Hen. Bai Lian picked up her cloak. At this moment, she was still courteous. She always completed the tasks in the research center quickly. I've finished the group data for today. After finishing, you should double-check it twice. Scientific research requires rigor. Hen Shuyan handed her another set of data from the side. And by the way, calculate this too. Bai Lian looked down briefly. It wasn't a group assignment. She held her cloak calmly and coolly said, I don't have time next. As the lab's doctoral students, Ding Wenyang and the others always treated Hen Shuyan politely. Bai Lian wasn't warm to them on a daily basis, but was always courteous. This was the first time she was so outspoken. Hen Shuyan hadn't expected Bai Lian, who usually spoke the least and seemed the most honest, to be so sharp-tongued. Beside him, Tang Ming had long found these senior and junior students displeasing and gave a very quiet laugh. Hen Shuyan's expression stiffened a bit. What happened? Outside, Su Yuanjin, dressed in a white lab coat, came in and swept her gaze across the lab. Bai Lian looked down at her phone, sending messages in a steady and unhurried manner, without joining the conversation. Hen Shuyan relayed the entire matter to Su Yuanjin. Senior sister, it's like this. The research distributed by the teacher, I'm doing it for their own good, giving them these training opportunities. We need to report by Friday. Bai Lian almost laughed. She slightly lifted her hand, without humility or arrogance, and interrupted Hen Shuyan, her long black hair sweeping across her brows. Hen Shuyan, this training opportunity, do you want it? Her tone was very casual. Beside her, Tang Ming didn't dare to make any move. Having been around Bai Lian for so long, even when she was angry, she never interrupted someone else. She didn't even call him Senior Hen anymore. For a freshman, Bai Lian's attitude was a bit arrogantly out of nowhere. Of course, Su Yuanjin sided with her own junior brother. She gestured dismissively. Classmate, you have to be steadfast. The chance to experience the academic atmosphere in the laboratory isn't available to every new student. Your senior hen is also considering your welfare. Apologize to your senior brother. I don't want to report everything to the teacher. It wouldn't be good to send you home for self-reflection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 718, 284 The Newly Emerged Outlaw, by Lien's Confidence. For the implication was clear. If she didn't apologize, she would report to Sun Fu. She held quite a bit of prestige in the lab, and with one word from her, the entire external laboratory fell silent. Su Jiue even set aside her work and didn't dare to breathe too heavily, while Ding Wenyang anxiously looked at Bai Lien. The opportunity for newcomers to come to the lab was rare. Fine, I won't come at all this week. Bai Lien was not affected. She slowly draped her cape over herself, her slender fingers tying the drawstrings, and she waved her cell phone towards Hen Shuyan and Su Yuanjin. Professor Zhou just approved my leave for a week. The International Exchange Conference was a big national event, and Professor Zhou even asked her if 1 week would be enough. Having said that, she picked up her computer and turned to leave. Her snow-white cape traced an arc in the air. Behind her, Hen Shuyan narrowed his eyes. He had heard from Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi that Bai Lien came from Beijing, with no major scholarly factions backing her. In the lab, such people were actually quite easy to manipulate. He had prepared for Bai Lien to apologize, but didn't expect her to be so straightforward, leaving as soon as she said she would. Where did she get this confidence? Hen Shuyan and Su Yuanjin didn't pay much attention to Bai Lien's departure, and no one wanted to inquire further. She was just a freshman, one more or less didn't matter to them. That evening, Song Min invited Hen Shuyan for dinner, and Hen Shuyan brought Su Yuanjin along. Song Min was now into student entrepreneurship and was doing quite well, and both Su Yuanjin and Hen Shuyan were eager to make connections with him. At the dinner table, Hen Shuyan brought up Bai Lien again. She took a leave for such a great opportunity. Bai Xiaoqi heard this and looked up with her drink in hand. How long had Bai Xiaoqi waited for such an opportunity? Too young. I heard she's this year's top scholar from the National College entrance exam, and quite popular at school. She's inevitably a bit arrogant, Su Yuanjin, having heard a few things about Bai Lien from Bai Xiaoqi, commented. I will report to the teacher tomorrow. With a student like her, the teacher might not want to keep her around. How popular Bai Lien was, Su Yuanjin and Hen Shuyan, who spent their days in the lab, had both heard about her. Sitting to the left of Bai Xiaoqi, Song Min slightly lifted his gaze upon hearing this. Bai Xiaoqi smiled lightly and said no more. Just then, Su Yuanjin received a message from Sun Fu. After reading the message, Su Yuanjin put down her chopsticks. Is the group assignment done? The teacher just said he's coming in person on Friday to listen, so check on the progress. The teacher is taking it this seriously this time. Hen Shuyan was somewhat surprised. The two hadn't finished dining when Song Min drove them back to the research center. I can't believe she just took a leave like that. Under the research center's tall building, after the two entered, Bai Xiaoqi got into the car. Are you really going to invest in this project? If it really can be developed, Song Min slowly drove off. Its market value will multiply many times over. In the upstairs laboratory. This time, Hen Shuyan and Su Yuanjin had delegated the group assignment entirely to the newcomers, and the quality of this year's freshmen was truly notable. They had both taken on the role of hands-off supervisors. Because they were both busy with their own matters, neither Hen Shuyan nor Su Yuanjin were aware of the progress of the group assignment. They called in Liang Wuyu. Upon being questioned, Liang Wuyu pushed his glasses up and his hair partially obscured his eyes. We're missing a comprehensive data model. Then you all need to hurry up and work on it, Hen Shuyan frowned. We can't, Liang Wuyu replied unhurriedly. Jiyue and Tang Ming need to familiarize themselves with the equipment. All their data was checked and calculated by Bai Lien. She's faster than a computer. Only she is fully aware of this part of the data and the verification models. But now she has taken leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, 285 Converge in Jiangjing. President Huang takes action against fraud. _1 Sun Fuss regularly scheduled group assignment wasn't too difficult. It just required spending time to crunch the data. It was laborious and tested one's patience. Hen Shuyan and Su Yuanjin had delegated this task to a few newcomers. Hen Shuyan monitored the progress, and for this kind of group assignment, it would suffice to simply add his and Su Yuanzhen's names at the end. But he had never expected that the most core, cumbersome data in the group assignment was all organized by Bai Lian? You're joking. Hen Shuyan's expression darkened. Senior brother Hen, do you think I would joke about such a matter with you? Liang Wuyu shook her head. Hen Shuyan stopped talking. He truly couldn't understand how Bai Lian, who spent every day in the lab doing everything but her actual work, and who was always reading some papers, had found the time to handle such an immense volume of calculations. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, each of them took at least 2 days of leave every week. Under such circumstances, not only did she handle her own data, but she also helped Tang Ming and Su Jiyue. Hen Shuyan didn't believe it, but he also knew that most of what Liang Wuyu said was probably true. From the beginning, he knew that the crowd, including Tang Ming and Ding Wenyang, was led by Bai Lian, who held absolute leadership among the newcomers. Today, both Hen Shuyan and Su Yuanjin meant to give Bai Lian a warning. But who knew that Bai Lian didn't care about the usual marks, and would leave whenever she said she would? Now that she had asked for leave, who would take over this most voluminous set of experimental data? Friday was the day of the regular meeting. Su Yuanzhen's face didn't look great either. After Liang Wuyu went out, she gave Hen Shuyan a glance. Junior brother Hen, it's normal to have some friction in the lab. Go and have a good talk with Bai Lian. Hen Shuyan, of course, wanted to get in touch. He was more anxious than anyone. He was graduating in the first half of next year, and he needed to obtain excellent evaluations, otherwise he would have to delay his graduation. He hadn't previously added Bai Lian's contact information, so he could only ask the other team members for her number and WeChat. He managed to get the number, but the call didn't go through, and there was no response on WeChat. In any case, with Bai Lian's departure, she was utterly unfindable in the lab. Hen Shuyan, who hadn't dealt with this group assignment for weeks, had no choice but to grit his teeth and burn the midnight oil to crunch the data. Sherman District. Bai Lian had already arrived at the hotel where Qiu Xuezhing and the others were staying. Sherman District is a tourist area, situated to the right of Xinjiang District. Qiu Xuezhing was communicating with the person in charge of this event. Having not seen each other for half a year, Jianzhe was more composed than before, not as impetuous, gentle yet reserved. Just past this street is Cultural Square, where we were originally slated to rehearse every day. Under the gaze of cameras from 4 nations, the slightest stage fright could affect performance. As for ability, no one was worried. After all, he was the top scholar of the last year's cohort. And when it came to stage fright, the Calligraphy Association, along with Qiu Zizheng's side, was even less concerned about that. The hotel beside Cultural Square had been expropriated by the officials to accommodate all the friends who had arrived for this event. Jianzhe took Bai Lian to a lounge in Xiangqing, pulled open a drawer, and handed over a document to Bai Lian. There's also this from Brother Mao's friend who asked me to give it to you. Bai Lian reached out to take it. This was the order she had asked someone to investigate last time, held by Xiaoqi. Neurotoxins weren't common in the country, and Zhou Jian shouldered all responsibility for Su En's incident. Mao Kuan had also checked the source, and the Ren family was indeed uninvolved. But Ren Wengshuan's reaction to the order in Zioki's hands was significant. Bai Lian still had someone look into it. 20 years ago, when the internet wasn't widespread, all transactions happened offline. Bachter Street was intricate and complex, making the investigation of relationships troublesome. Bai Lian skimmed the paper and found some good news. They had found the supplier. She lowered her gaze and slowly folded the paper, then slouched lazily in the chair beside her. You came this time. You should be planning to stay for the exams before you leave, right? The examination locations for Jiang University were fixed, Every year, very few students from other institutions dared to apply to Jiang University. After the symposium, Jianzhe would also be nearly ready for his postgraduate exams. Speaking of which, Su Wenyao was also taking the exams this year. Yes, Teacher Qiu asked me to prepare for the interviews in Jiangjing. Jianzhe sat opposite her, picked up the Yixing teapot with practiced hands, brewed a cup of tea, and then poured one for Bai Lian as well. Bai Lian reached out to take the teacup and tasted it with a relaxed and leisurely air. To convey culture to foreign guests, each room in the hotel had been equipped with unique Chinese teaware. Jianzhe, under Qiu Zizheng's influence in Xiangqing, had learned to do it properly and said after drinking a sip, "This tea isn't as good as ours." As soon as Qiu Xuezheng came in, he heard Jianzhe's unabashed comments. He hung his overcoat on the left side, took a seat in the empty spot, and began detailing the developments of Xiangqing Calligraphy Association over the past 6 months to Bai Lian. Xiangqing Calligraphy Association wasn't just a simple official organization. Located on Internet Celebrity Street, it also bore the responsibility of promoting culture. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Invgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720. 285 Converge in Jiangjing. President Huang takes action against fraud _2 over the past 6 months. As people clocked in and word of mouth accumulated, the flow of visitors steadily increased, and the scale of the street expanded several times over, sparking various industries' bloom. Jianzhe became a representative figure for the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association. Because the college students who came to clock in all liked him. He was cultured and quite handsome. Many people came to Xiangqing just for him. How many members does the Calligraphy Association have now? Bai Lian asked. Qiu Xuezheng laughed. Over 100 members now, not including the children who come to learn. There are a lot of people, so I discussed with a few teachers and we increased the thresholds. Bai Lian tapped her fingertips on the lid of her cup, her eyes lowered in thought, and she didn't ask further. Oh, Qiu Xuezheng saw she was deep in thought and didn't disturb her, but suddenly remembered something and he looked towards Jianzhe. I just saw Jianrong's name on the list. The members of your family should be there too. This kind of official exchange would be a gathering of masters. The Beijing Writers Association and the Jian family would definitely attend. Other than returning to Beijing once in June, Jianzhe spent the past 6 months in Xiangqing, focusing on learning and practicing calligraphy, without returning to Beijing. Qiu Xuezheng suggested he take the time to go back and visit his family. "Oh, go visit in a couple of days." Jianzhe topped up Qiu Zizheng's tea. "Find some time, after the exchange meeting, ocean of ink and brush in a couple of days. We at the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association will start to get busy," Qiu Xuezheng said leisurely as he drank his tea. Watching the neighboring martial arts gym and clinic flourish, Qiu Xuezheng had been worried. Now he could finally relax. After eating, they returned to Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian sat on the carpet in piano room 302. She didn't have group homework due for the plasma laboratory today, and she had taken the time to try out the composition from Director Jian that was blooming on the trees. Director Jian's composition was too stunning. Her fingers glided across the strings, and she played it 2 or 3 times before stopping. It was no wonder this song was a hit. Both she and Director Jian were serious about it. At the weighty door of the piano room, Jiang Fulai held the door with one hand, papers from his group in his other, listening attentively. Bai Lian knew someone was behind her. After playing for the 3rd time, she slowly reached out to take off her prosthetic nails, turning to look at him with her usual laid-back expression. "I took the day off today." She told Jiang Fulai about the laboratory. Jiang Fulai stepped closer, listening intently, then squatted down to take the prosthetic nails she had removed, speaking indifferently. "The experimental center doesn't carry much weight." He never had much regard for the experimental center, more concerned about the project she and Ning Xiao were researching. "How far has the new material developed?" Bai Lian put the guzheng on the stand, stood up, and went out the door with him. "It's still in progress. We've tried several plasmas for grafting activation. which can replace the functional groups produced previously, effectively avoiding pollution and radiation. She had dinner with Qiu Xuejing and the others earlier, and Jiang Fulai hadn't eaten yet. Ming Dongheng had already quietly arranged his dinner on the table in room 302. The two of them now had different research directions. The details were too technical for Jiang Fulai, but when Bai Lian spoke, he could understand. Bai Lian said a few words and then brought up Zhang Xiai's, Qilu's student. How does he not resemble his teacher at all? She sighed lightly, starting to worry. As an active socialist builder who even uses WeChat shakes constructively, Miss Bai had no inkling at all. It was partly her doing that Zhang Xiai's had gone so far off course. After all, the troops reflect their leader. Jiang Fulai, sitting down ready to eat. He fell silent for a while, then poured her a glass of milk. Have some. On Friday, they finished a major mechanics class in the Tongfeng cohort in the morning. At noon, Bai Lian gathered her group to eat together. When she was in school, her group would use her card to pay for meals. At the rectangular tables in the third cafeteria, just enough seats for the whole group were filled. Ding Wenyang was describing to Bai Lian how Hen Shuyan had not slept for 2 days. He's so busy he doesn't even have the time to scold us, and the progress is still slow. Over the past days, Ding Wenyang and Tang Ming had finished their own tasks, and were even able to help Ning Xiao calculate data. Bai Lian, sitting across from Ding Wenyang, ate her meal methodically. But Sister Lian, after expressing his relief, Ding Wenyang was also quite worried. Will this affect your regular grade? The midterm experiment required them to spend every afternoon in the laboratory, so that the institute could better integrate them into the scientific research atmosphere. They were definitely meant to learn something. Bai Lian had offended both her senior brother and sister. Bai Lian finished eating her vegetables and then looked up, saying slowly, "It's fine." Next to her, Tang Ming, with his legs propped up, ate carefree, clearly unbothered, prompting Ding Wenyang to resume his meal with lingering concerns. Source web novel. Com. Updated on EnvGo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 721. 285 Converge in Jiangjing. President Huang takes action against fraud. 3 Liang Wuyu whispered to Tang Ming, who, after looking at him, thought for a moment and then switched places with Liang Wuyu. After they switched, Liang Wuyu put down his utensils and spoke softly. Hen Shuyan only wrote his name and his senior sister's on the paper. It was a common yet unquestionably uncontestable tactic. Bai Lian picked up a thermos from the table, unscrewed the lid, took a sip, and with drooping eyes said, "How did those two manipulate the data?" "They basically copied yours," Liang Wuyu had observed carefully. Unlike the aloof Ning Xiao or the socially anxious Su Jiyue, his tone was slightly disdainful. "Without using your data, they wouldn't be able to calculate it even if given another week." "I see." Bai Lian idly tapped her finger on the thermos, smiling lethargically. "I'll join you for the regular meeting this evening." Not far away, the group led by Gao Yuan. The members were all connected through a network of relationships, interwoven and intricate, and there were also rumors about Bai Lian taking a month's leave due to poor relations with the lab seniors. Bai Lian had a high reputation at Jiang University, especially after the welcome party. It wasn't just Bai Lian. Now Tang Ming's notoriety in the school even exceeded that of Gao Yuan and his group. However, Jiangjing had recently been thrown into chaos by Xian Kong, Yin Lu, and the Drama Academy, with most of the school forum discussing these issues. The response to Bai Lian's group in the laboratory was lukewarm, and the number of mentions they received on the forum recently had finally decreased significantly. Being smart is useless in experiments, Gao Yuan, who was recently quite buoyant, said. No one in the lab dared to exploit someone from the Gao family, and the seniors were always willing to include him in their projects. Don't worry about them, everyone just focus on their work in the lab. The research directions I posted in the group are important. Our group's performance is crucial before the end of the term. When he said the last sentence, Gao Yuan's expression was very serious. The people at the table looked at each other, and knew Gao Yuan must have some inside information. And it must be something significant. They finished dinner almost at the same time as Bai Lian's table and left. As they walked behind Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, it was clear to see that Ning Xiao, Ding Wenyang, and others were heading towards the research center, while Bai Lian was going in the direction of the west gate, planning to leave the university. Gao Yuan watched Bai Lian heading off, feeling relieved. After all, Bai Lian still hadn't experienced academia. She was used to being adored by students, unaware of how this circle operates. What use was her intelligence then? I wonder what she's going out for now, one of the boys said, patting Wang Shi on the shoulder with a laugh. Brother, you made the right choice joining our group. Gao Yuan's information is more advanced than the average professor's. This was something Wang Shi finally felt after joining the lab. From October to December, Wang Shi had felt a heavy burden on his chest, unable to breathe. The success of Bai Lian and Ding Wenyang made him anxious, but now he finally felt it dissipating. In the evening, the regular meeting of the plasma laboratory was in the amphitheater of the physics building. Bai Lian had made a special trip back from Ma Institute's laboratory. Lian's sister over here. Tang Ming saved her a spot in the last row. Sun Fu brought a few doctoral students, not many, but together with the assistants and lab heads, and the new group including Ding Wenyang, there were still over 20 people in the amphitheater. Bai Lian was most familiar with Hen Shuyan. She rarely saw the others, but they were all quite polite in greeting her. Dean Huang. In the middle of the meeting, Huang Yushua entered, and Sun Fu quickly got up. What brings you here? The second disciple of Ma Institute, a top figure in domestic quantum physics, Sun Fu was very respectful towards Dean Huang. Dean Huang, hands clasped behind his back, nodded slightly towards Sun Fu. I've come to listen in. His arrival injected enthusiasm among the present graduate students. The group led by Ding Wenyang was also curious. Only Bai Lian, seated in her place, casually flipped through a paper without looking up. Ding Wenyang was seated in front of her, and turned back. The paper Bai Lian was pressing down was still the original. The arrival of Dean Huang livened up the atmosphere. The graduate student meetings were much higher in quality than the bi-weekly sessions of the Tongfeng class, and Ning Xiao and others listened attentively. Soon it was Su Yuan's Hen's group's turn. He Shuyan, holding a USB drive, went up after having stayed up for 3 consecutive days with only a few hours of sleep, dark circles under his eyes, disheveled hair, and his spirits dampened by anxiety. Still, his presentation and the data he showcased were quite polished. It seemed to pass muster, but something was lacking. The last slide of the PPT listed the primary authors of the paper. He Shuyan Su Yuanjin. Just the two of them. They've really got some nerve. Ding Wenyang couldn't help but become angry, whispering to Liang Wuyu. All the research materials were collected by us, and the data was done by Bai Lian. They just reviewed Bai Lian's data in the last 2 days, and now it's credited to them. They have no shame at all. The rest of the group was equally furious. As he spoke, Ding Wenyang sneaked a glance back. Bai Lian was pressing down on a paper with her left hand and loosely holding a black pen in her right, jotting down notes whenever she encountered a technical term, still looking calm and collected. Such composure. Sitting in the front, Sun Fu was flipping through a paper. He was about to ask He Shuyan to step down, but when he came across a specific data point, he let out an hum in surprise, looked up with a rare smile on his face. Did you and Yuanjin come up with this together? Yes, teacher, my senior sister and I spent a lot of time on it. He Shuyan, while speaking, let his gaze drift dismissively over Ding Wenyang and Bai Lian in the last row. A trace of sarcasm and provocation. Ding Wenyang and Tang Ming were about to stand up and speak, but they were stopped by Liang Wuyu. Even if you speak out, would Professor Sun believe you over his own team members? Liang Wuyu said. Besides, which group would dare to take you in afterwards? So we just let it go? Ding Wenyang felt suffocated. Liang Wuyu glanced back slightly, looking towards Bai Lian. Wait and see for now. Naturally, Sun Fu wouldn't doubt He Shuyan's word, as his disheveled appearance lent him credibility. It's rare for you guys to be so diligent with calculations now, Sun Fu said with a smile. His mood was quite good, seeing his team member bringing honor in front of Dean Huang. Dean Huang was also looking through the paper, and upon reaching the penultimate page, looked up. How did you come up with this proof method? The results match expectations well, but you seemed a bit careless with this step. Dean Huang looked up, his finger resting on his glasses, his head glowing brightly, his expression benign. Tell me about this method. I'm a bit curious. He Shuyan, unexpectedly receiving praise from Dean Huang, was flustered. He lowered his head to look at the data pointed out by Dean Huang. The data that Bai Lian and Tang Ming had spent 2 weeks calculating, he and Su Yuanjin couldn't manage even in 2.5 days. Fortunately, Bai Lian had not taken all the data with her, and after revising it together, they used Bai Lian's results directly when they couldn't validate the last bit. And yet, Dean Huang was pointing out that very process. He went pale, stammering, his earlier disdain evaporating instantaneously as he involuntarily glanced towards the back row. Everyone could tell something was off from his expression. Sun Fu's previously pleased countenance darkened in an instant, and as he was about to become angry, Su Yuanjin hurriedly stood up. Teacher, this data was done by Bai Lian from our group, but she has been on leave. Dean Huang stood up, cutting off Su Yuanzhen's words, seemingly perplexed. Didn't the two of you spend a lot of time on this? Su Yuanjin and He Shuyan were rigid with tension, unable to speak a word in front of everyone. Their faces turned from pale to red. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on InvGo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722. 286 Outstanding Talents Emerge. First update. _1 Sun Fu looked at the 2 outstanding team members he had just praised, his face ashen. He first apologized to Dean Huang, then turned his head. The group assignment I gave you was to temper your temperaments. Go back and reflect properly for 2 weeks. And you two don't need to come during this time. Hen Shuyan and Su Yuanzhen's faces instantly turned white. Such incidents actually were not uncommon in the lab, but most people would not make it public. Unexpectedly, Dean Huang happened to visit today. Especially for Hen Shuyan, graduation was imminent, but now it wasn't just a matter of delaying graduation. It was about whether he could graduate smoothly afterwards. In the back row, Ding Wenyang was dumbstruck as he watched everything unfold. Dean Huang's office. When Bai Lian arrived, he was standing by the glass window, holding a lit cigarette in his hand. Sit. Dean Huang flicked the ash off his cigarette and sat down on the sofa beside him, his eyes somber. What are your thoughts on what happened today? Bai Lian took a seat, accepted the teacup handed over by the teaching assistant, and didn't speak. It's a normal occurrence. Where there are people, there are battles for fame and fortune. Dean Huang didn't expect her to say much. You will encounter more situations like this in the future. You had a senior who faced much tougher challenges than you. This path is not easy, especially for a woman. I hope you can stick to your original aspiration and keep moving forward. I know. Bai Lian held her teacup, her gaze looking out of the glass window. The snow had almost melted, leaving only the desolate tree leaves. Her eyes were as deep as still waters, her expression excessively indifferent. This freshly graduated junior sister from the ivory tower. The dean had initially thought she, like her teacher, was not familiar with the ways of the world. The incident today might have been too big a blow for her. But now, looking into her eyes, he suddenly felt that this junior sister was very different from what he had imagined. She seemed to have experienced much. As long as you know. Dean Huang chuckled, standing up. Let's go. As for Professor Sun, he might submit a report tomorrow requesting your temporary removal from the team. We'll check out other labs tonight. It was 9 o'clock. He left his office door open and didn't keep Bai Lian for very long. Just a few minutes, he and the teaching assistant saw Bai Lian out. At the staircase, Tang Ming and Ding Wenyang's group were all huddled together, leaning against the edge. These students were full of life, talking softly while waiting for Bai Lian to come out. After Bai Lian walked past, the vibrant, youth-filled students, both flamboyant and socially awkward, respectfully bid farewell to Dean Huang. Dean Huang, goodbye. Huang Yushua felt very pleased deep down. Look at her. Huang Yushua said as he watched the students go downstairs. In such a short time, she has become the leader Ding Wenyang and the others rely on. The students from Tongfeng class, including Liang Wuyu who had previously attracted attention at Jiang University, all respected her greatly. Beside him, the teaching assistant spoke. That's why you don't need to worry about student buy. Huang Yushua nodded. Email me the state of the other labs tonight, and I'll help them select one. The two went back to get their coats and descended as well. After 9 the wind was cold. The main paths in Jiangjing University were covered in silver and yellow fallen leaves. Huang Yushua and the teaching assistant were discussing this year's postgraduate entrance examination when they turned a corner and encountered someone wearing a black down jacket. Hey! Huang Yeshuo's stern demeanor instantly softened, and he hurriedly ran over without caring about his image. Old Xia, wait for me. When Xia Zhuyu saw him, he instinctively wanted to run, but when caught he just turned around with an expressionless face. Dean Huang. Very formally. Old Xia, we're old classmates, why so formal? Huang Yushua slapped Xia Zhuya's shoulder, then whispered in his ear. Old Xia, how's the research on my medicine coming along? Xia Zhuyu had no expression on his face, his eyes inadvertently glancing at the top of Huang Yeshuo's head, his mouth twitching slightly, still pondering it. The same old excuse. It's been 3 years. Huang Yushua followed Xia Zhuyu to his home. You can't just brush off your old classmate like this. Who was it that in college, to help you and your sister-in-law, put on a woman's voice to answer the roll call? Who? Xia Zhuyu expressionlessly took out his keys to open the door. He was in charge of a key national soybean genetic engineering project, aimed at solving domestic soybean import issues, and Jiang University had built him a special building for this purpose. Huang Yeshuo's reason for asking him to research pharmaceuticals in his spare time was simple. Because he specialized in biochemistry during university. Xia Zhuyu had also researched pharmaceutical manufacturing, and even had a small project. But in recent years he hadn't made any notable breakthroughs. Source webnovel.com, updated on EnvGo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723. 286 Outstanding Talents Emerge. First update. _2" I can't do it, but I have a student who can, Xia Zhuyu said to Huang Yushua. Although she's only a freshman, she's very diligent, exceptionally talented, and will be a rising star in the field of biology. Just wait a few more years for her. Who? Could anyone be more diligent than you? Coming from a poor family background, Huang Yushua had been in the same high school class as Xia Zhuyu and was aware of his family's situation. It was hard to get into university back then, and Xia was always studying, even when he was working part-time. He admired someone else's diligence. Yang Lin, my student, Xia Zhuyu went to boil water. With her tenacity, her name will undoubtedly be found in the future edifices of domestic biology. Huang Yushua sat on the sofa, joking aside. But Xia Zhuyu's words surprised him. Initially, he was amazed that a freshman like Bai Lian had caught the eye of her professor, and now Yang Lin had quietly gained Xia Zhuyu's favor? Xia Zhuyu, who had studied biology in D country for 10 years, and had only managed to return safely to his homeland after much obstruction abroad with the intervention of academician Ma, was the foundation of the domestic soybean field. His sudden references to my student suggested he was truly satisfied with Yang Lin. Beihang District. When Jianzhe came to see the Jian family, Jian Zhonghai was negotiating with President Yin. Jian Rong was talking with Bai Shaoqi and Song Min due to Bai Shuk's connection, and she was acquainted with both. Jianzhe was the only one sitting on the sofa. When he saw Bai Lian's message, he stood up, politely greeted. Grandfather, President Yin, I have to leave early for an errand. Although Jian Zhonghai didn't look highly upon the businessman Bai Qiming, he was quite amiable towards the Yin family firmly established in Jiangjing. When he heard Jianzhe's words, he glanced briefly and continued the conversation. He didn't care where Jianzhe was going. Since Jianzhe had gone to Xiangqing to stand in for Jian Rong, there had been little news, and Jian Zhonghai did not pay much attention to him. However, Jianzhe's father wanted to grab his son's ear. but with Jian Zhonghai and President Yin present, he couldn't behave so rudely and only followed Jianzhu a little further. Where are you off to? To meet Sister Lian. Jianzhu showed his father the message on his phone. She's called me to have late-night food. Sister Lian. Always that Sister Lian. Eat, 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 that's all you think about. His father lamented in disappointment. As for Miss Liu, she's now getting along well with Jian Rong. Her father is a renowned professor in the Chinese department at Beijing University, and he even introduced a professor from the Chinese department of Jiang University to Jian Rong. Jianzhu recalled and realized Miss Liu was the lady he had been set up with the last time he returned to Beijing. But she seemed to prefer Jian Rong's company. He nodded earnestly. Then I should congratulate Jian Rong. His father looked at Jianzhu, at a loss for words. As he passed by Xiaoqi and the others, Jianzhu greeted them politely too. Heading out so late? Bai Xiaoqi stood up out of politeness. There aren't many buses around here. I've already called a car, replied Jianzhu, showing his phone. After he left, Songmin looked to Bai Xiaoqi with a questioning glance, to which Bai Xiaoqi replied, he's Jian Rong's older cousin. He was sent to Xiangqing in her place before. I haven't seen him in a long time. Songmin nodded, not paying much mind, and President Yin also did not make any special arrangements to have Jianzhu driven home. Clearly, the Jian family didn't say much about Jianzhu, who had little to show for himself and didn't warrant any special consideration. 10 o'clock. Jianzhu arrived at 103, at Bai Lian's request, fetching fruits to room 303. He was already familiar with Ji Heng and the others. At this time, Ji Heng, Lance, and Dean Jian were playing mahjong. Jianzhu effortlessly filled Ji Heng's pipe with tobacco. Dean Jian sat to the left of Ji Heng and looked up at Jianzhu. I heard you're preparing for postgraduate studies at Jiang University. How's the review going? There shouldn't be any major issues. Jianzhu handed the pipe to Ji Heng. He stood straighter and spoke more confidently than when they first met, exuding an air of dignity. He was vastly different from how he was over half a year ago. It had to be said that Bai Lian was quite good at teaching. Dean Jian didn't like the Jian family people, but he found the current Jianzhu quite pleasing. He drew a two of bamboos. Come to the Culture Bureau tomorrow afternoon. I need your assistance. Jianzhu carried the fruits back to room 303. Zhang Xiais was chatting with Tang Ming and others, saying, score of 649, ranked 37th in the class. Jianzhu wasn't familiar with Zhang Xiais. He left one portion of the fruits and took another to Bai Lian in the study, telling her about Dean Jian's request. Go ahead. Bai Lian's gaze remained on her computer screen as she picked up a strawberry and bit into it leisurely. You could use the practice. Not surprised by this. Jianzhu glanced at her computer screen, which was filled with complex graphs, not understanding a single axis, which gave him a headache. He excused himself to join Tang Ming and the others outside for barbecue. The next day, Saturday, Ji Heng and Lance went to the Su family to invite Su En for fishing and to check on Su Siki. Bai Lian, thinking of Su Wenyo's upcoming graduate school exams, decided to join Ji Heng to see Su Wenyao. Today, Jiang Fulai didn't accompany her. As the year-end approached, he was busy preparing for the holiday season. Months passed, and Su Siki's face had grown fuller. Sitting in the cradle with shiny black eyes, he would smile and gurgle happily at the sight of people. Bai Lian, with her arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe, watching Ji Heng play with him for a while before stepping out to discuss the graduate exams with Su Wenyao. The trip from Mingfeng district to Shenqing's place was somewhat far. Shenqing and her husband didn't stay with the Mu family. They continued to live in their apartment after the ceremony. In the evening, Run Wanxian, who had been under observation in the hospital for a few days, also returned. Dong Xiaobai personally escorted her home. Before leaving, Dong Xiaobai made it a point to come downstairs to greet Ji Xiaojun. Upon entering, he spotted Bai Lian in the living room. Bai Lian, dressed in a fuzzy sweater, was casually sitting on the couch flipping through a book, thinking about the calligraphy association matters and the lack of communication from anyone. Dong Xiaobai was in the dark about the arrangements above. He and Elder Dong had guessed that perhaps the Jiang family had directly cancelled that part, so he inquired with Bai Lian. That matter, Bai Lian had a good impression of Mu Yining and Dong Xiaobai, so she closed the book, stood up unhurriedly, and said, "I'm on it." Dong Xiaobai was quite surprised. "You? Source web novel. Com. Updated on InvGo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 724. Not So Simple Niece. Shocked members of the Jian family. Second update. _1 inch sure. Bai Lian stood up, as Jiang Fulai was almost there. After a moment of thought, she said, "I will refer a doctor to Ren Wanxian for her hands. Guaranteed to leave no sequelae." Dong Xiaobai was still immersed in shock and hadn't fully recovered. He responded subconsciously, "No need, my dad has already found her an old doctor." Bai Lian nodded. "All right then. If there are any issues later on, come to me." She said goodbye to Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun. She didn't stay for dinner. After Bai Lian left, Dong Xiaobai turned to Shen Qing, sister-in-law, Bai Lian. "She's also learned calligraphy? Are you talking about Alien? She writes very well." Shen Qing had Bai Lian's calligraphy at home. Not understanding calligraphy, Shen Qing went to her room, took out the book that Bai Lian had left behind, where she always left her handwriting after reading. Shen Qing flipped to the page with the handwriting. "Look." Dong Xiaobai looked down. The script was neat and had a unique style. It was a very special Guanga style. Even he was impressed at first glance. But this is Guanga style. Dong Xiaobai went to the Calligraphy Association overnight. When the person in charge of brush and ink heard the news, he found Bai Lian's name on the computer, adjusted his glasses and said, "Bai Lian, there is such a person, but the president has ordered it personally, and the Cultural Affairs Bureau has also approved it." "What? The president personally approved it?" Dong Xiaobai calmed down. If both the Cultural Bureau and the president had directly approved it, then this matter might not be what he had imagined. This was indeed very strange. After leaving the Calligraphy Association, Dong Xiaobai was hit by the cold wind and called Mu Yining in a low voice. "Yining, I always feel that your niece is not so simple." The next day, early in the morning, Ding Wenyang and Tang Ming were among those who received a notice to suspend their lab visits. They were supposed to go to the plasma laboratory over the weekend. Now that they were free, Ding Wenyang took the opportunity to visit Ning Xiao's house. "You got a house as a reward from your uncle for getting into university?" Ding Wenyang, struck by the sight of Ning Xiao's ordinary clothes, said, "Bro, you really got me good." Houses in the school district of Jiangjing are not cheap. Ding Wenyang had always thought Ning Xiao's thrifty family wasn't well off, so he took care of him subtly in everyday life. Ning Xiao, with a slightly gloomy look in his eyes, gave him a glance but didn't reply. After the house visit, Bai Lian happened to return from her morning run. It was cold in Jiangjing's morning, so she wore just a sweatshirt, her hair tied up behind her head with a ribbon, capped with the hood of her sweatshirt. "Are you free today?" Bai Lian went in using her fingerprint on 303's lock. "Good, I'll take you guys to do some volunteering later, and you'll get a certificate for academic credit." It was the first day of the big event, and there were a lot of foreign guests. These few were fluent in English, perfect for volunteering as guides for the visitors. Volunteering? Ding Wenyang thought it was just the kind of volunteer activity arranged by a school club, and seeing that Bai Lian wasn't affected by the lab's suspension, he touched his head. "Actually, I still need to fulfill my practice credit." Just as he finished speaking, the door of 303 opened. At the dining table, a man holding chopsticks in a lazy manner slightly raised his head, his movements elegant and distant. His gaze, not too oppressive, somehow still gave off a sense of alienation. Ding Wenyang, instinctively avoiding making a scene, mindful of his image. Then he saw Ning Xiao, who was usually silent, respectfully bowing and calling out, "Brother Jiang." Ding Wenyang, following the lead of Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, also respectfully lowered his head, "Brother Jiang." Standing by, Ming Dongheng, who was fetching chopsticks for Bai Lian and the others, glanced at Ding Wenyang when he heard the "Brother Jiang." Cultural Square covers about 1.5 hectares. A concrete avenue leads to the central square in the middle, surrounded by countless concrete paths, small gardens, and large patches of lawn. In spring, many schools organize elementary students for field trips and kite flying here. Today at the entrance, there were banners hanging. Brush and Ink sees Four Nation Cultural Exchange event. It was the opening day of the event, with a gathering of masters. Outside, there were also a circle of the Four Nations flags, with the red flag in the center particularly eye-catching. The weather was cooperating, no snow, and the sun had just risen, not as harsh as in summer days, soft and distant. This cultural exchange event attracted many visitors, and police were managing order at the main entrance. As Bai Lian and the others got out of the car, they drew the eyes of many people and the media outside, but as the group was rather young, the reporters only took a few photos and did not approach for interviews. Jianzhe was waiting for them at the main entrance. These are the volunteers. Bai Lian indicated the few people behind her. Source: web novel. Com, updated on InvGo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725. Not so simple. Niece shocked members of the Jian family. Second update. _2 As soon as Jianzhe saw Ning Xiao, he became respectfully solemn. These were all seniors who'd been admitted to Jiangjing University. Senior, follow me. There are volunteers with sleeve protectors behind. The dean of the Jian family was the main person in charge of this event. He didn't get along well with the Jian family, but Jianzhe got along well with Bai Lian, and the dean liked what he saw in him. He even introduced Jianzhe to a few people and distributed some tasks. Ding Wenyang followed the staff to the rest area on the left side of the square and fastened the sleeve protectors around his arms. It was only after Bai Lian and Jianzhe had gone out that he tugged at Tang Ming's sleeve and whispered, "What kind of high-end event is this really? Can I handle it?" "I don't know either." Tang Ming adjusted his sleeve protectors. "But it should help us gain a lot of points, haha." Ding Wenyang. Sometimes he found Tang Ming's intelligence and sensitivity frightening, yet at other times, he thought him to be excessively thick-skinned. The Jian family arrived early. Jian Zhonghai was not accustomed to this weather. He wore a thick coat as he stood at the red carpet entrance of Cultural Square, speaking with Jian Rong. "Did you manage to meet with Professor Feng?" Professor Feng was indeed the teacher Mr. Liu's daughter had introduced to him. Jian Rong shook his head. A professor from Jiang University was always busy, which was understandable. Jian Zhonghai wasn't surprised. "When your second granduncle arrives, remember to greet him right away. He'll acknowledge you after all." "Grandfather, don't worry." As the Jian family was talking, Jianzhe came their way with a girl and volunteers. Jian Rong recognized the girl at the front at a glance. Her face was slightly downcast. She wore a top with pipa sleeves, the cuffs tightly gathered. Below was a white pleated skirt, its base lightly colored, embroidered at the bottom with alternating lines of iridescent gold and blue thread, showcasing an elaborate pattern. On top were red chamomile flowers, with butterflies fluttering amongst them. A pure white cape was draped over her, interwoven with green grapevines. Sensing the gaze, she looked over lazily. Her beauty was fresh, and the cold winter sunlight illuminated her from behind, radiating a certain indescribable charm. Jian Rong was taken aback for a moment. Even though he had only seen her once, he recognized her as a contestant from last year's Lanting Awards in Jiangjing, who also seemed to be from Xiangqing. Jian Rong vaguely remembered that he had drawn a trip to Xiangqing, but in the end, Jianzhe went in his place. Upon seeing Jian Zhonghai and his father, Jianzhe greeted them politely. "Grandfather, father." Jian Zhonghai looked at Jianzhe and the group of unfamiliar volunteers accompanying him, then withdrew his gaze, not lingering any longer. "I asked you to come with your grandfather, but you didn't," Jian Rong's father whispered in his ear. "Now you're with these kids later on, just follow me. Your grandfather came here specifically for your second granduncle. Jian Rong is here too, and you can't be absent." Jianzhe was just about to speak. Ahead, the person in charge of Cultural Square was leading several smartly dressed individuals their way, followed by a couple of reporters taking photos of the elderly among them, obviously important figures. Jian Zhonghai recognized one of them at first glance and quickly perked up. Professor Feng. Jian Rong also shifted his gaze away from Bai Lian and went to greet Professor Feng. Professor Feng, you are here today as well? Professor Feng was a professor from the Chinese Literature Department at Jiang University. Jian Rong's father, watching the mingling of the group, tugged at Jian's sleeve. See that? That's Professor Feng. You should have met him originally. I'm here for the cultural exchange to broaden my horizons. Professor Feng squinted slightly as he noticed Jian Rong and then recognized him. Ah, it's you, Jian Rong. Professor Feng could tell at a glance that he wasn't very familiar with Jian Zhonghai and Jian Rong. He stood on the side, waiting for the elderly man to finish his interview. He turned his head and spoke briefly to Jian Rong with little interest. When he turned his head, he saw a girl standing beside Jianjia, looking down at her phone. Professor Feng was astonished and quickly called out, Bai student. Bai Lian looked up in response. It really is you, Bai student. Professor Feng's eyes brightened as he walked over, now speaking warmly with Jian Rong. Bai student, you know Jian Rong and the others? Indeed, look. Because Jianjia had greeted Jian Zhonghai, they were all standing close to each other. Professor Feng subconsciously thought they knew each other. I don't know them. Bai Lian shook her head. Don't know them? Professor Feng didn't ask further, but instead looked up at Dean Shu, who was still being interviewed, and called out, Dean, Bai student is here too. Professor Feng was one of Dean Shu's teaching assistants, and Bai Lian had met her in the office before. Bai Lian also recognized Professor Feng, and looking up again, saw Dean Shu declining the reporter's interview and walking over. He was dressed in a dark blue long gown, a wise and gentle elder. His temperament clearly distinguished him from others. Dean Shu, Bai Lian gripped her phone, also somewhat surprised to see him there. You're here too. Yes, the Cultural Bureau asked me to oversee the event. Seeing Bai Lian, Dean Shu was also pleased, his face much kinder. Let's go in and talk. It was crowded outside. Bai Lian nodded and turned, giving Jianjia a look. Jianjia followed. Dean Shu noticed Jianjia and was slightly startled. This is? My friend. Bai Lian raised her hand, introducing while walking. He plans to apply for the graduate program in the Chinese Han language department at Jiang University this year. Then introducing to Jianjia, this is Dean Shu. Dean Shu, hello. Jianjia stood to Bai Lian's left, greeting him without servility or arrogance, long past his earlier bluster. The young man had a very distinctive air about him. Nowadays, few students in the field of Chinese Han language truly settle down to study. Dean Shu looked at Jianjia, his heart stirred. He paused slightly, then asked, What is your name? Jianjia, Jian as in simple, Xia as in philosophy. Dean Shu committed it to memory and nodded subtly, then began discussing school matters with Bai Lian. The few people chatted as if no one else was around. Professor Feng, hearing Jianjia's name and recalling previous comments made by Dean Shu, observed Jianjia's figure and asked Jian Rong, who was standing beside him, What is Jianjia to you? Jian Rong and Jian Zhonghai were still watching Jianjia's figure, and hadn't come back to their senses. They had just been watching the reporter interviewing Dean Shu. Not only that, but they also took note of the attitude Professor Feng had towards Dean Shu. When Professor Feng asked, it took quite a while for Jian Rong to come back to his senses. Yes, he's my cousin. Professor Feng. Jian Zhonghai also came back to reality. That Dean Shu is? Because of Bai Lian, Professor Feng stayed a little longer than usual and explained to them. He's the dean of the Chinese department at Jiang University. Source: web novel. Com, updated on InvGo. Co. Chapter 726. 288 The most untouchable person in Jiangjing _1 Jian was never a standout among the Jian family's young generation, benefiting only slightly due to being the grandson of Jian Zhonghai. Yet he still could not compare to Jian Rong. Jian Zhonghai, ever eager for quick success and instant benefit, focused all his attention on Jian Rong. The only time he expressed concern for Jianjia was when Jian Rong was chosen by the Beijing Writers Association to go to Xiangqing, and Jianjia actively proposed an exchange. If it weren't for this trip to Jiangjing, where Jianjia came to visit him, Jian Zhonghai would have almost forgotten about this grandchild. The dean of the Chinese department at Jiang University? What's the deal with Jianjia? Is he planning to apply for a postgrad at Jiang University? After Professor Feng went to the restroom, Jian Zhonghai turned to Jian's father beside him. And who's that girl with him? With just a few lines of conversation, everyone present could tell the girl was very familiar with Dean Shu. And she introduced Jianjia to Dean Shu as well. He never told me he was applying to Jiang University. Jian's father had always resented Jianjia for not being more ambitious. Watching Jianjia's retreating back, he had not processed the information. That girl. She must be the one he often mentions. The first day was the opening ceremony, where calligraphers from all corners of the country gathered in Jiangjing. Waiting for the grand event, some were also hoping to seize the opportunity to show off their talents and become overnight sensations. It was quite lively. Meanwhile, at the Mu family, Mu Yining had her assistant Wang arrange for a time slot early in the morning. She had learned from Dong Xiaobai the day before that Bai Lian was attending the four-nation exchange event and felt uneasy. This was a national event after all. I've never heard of Miss Bai being proficient in Liang-style calligraphy. The building butler furrowed his brows. He only knew that Bai Lian's academic achievements were impressive, superior even to those of the past Mu Qiong. Chun, the old master, will also be present, with media and people from other countries in attendance. Are they really allowing Miss Bai to perform? I don't know. Mu Yining made a call to Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun was also unaware of this. You mean Alien? She has been busy with lab work recently. Lab work? Mu Yining paused for a moment, then hung up the phone. Miss Bai went to the lab this early? The building butler was startled, then remembered something. I heard from the son-in-law before that Miss Ren practices calligraphy every day, and she is personally coached by people from the Calligraphy Association and Old Master Dong. Miss Bai, she. The butler didn't place much importance on calligraphy. Besides Wan Xian, no one else in the Mu family had ever taken the art route. This event was indeed not to be taken lightly. A national affair. Assistant Wang, book a private room at Qingxin Building for tonight. Mu Yining sent a message to Dong Xiaobai, asking him to arrange a meeting with the personnel responsible for filming the event. And while you're at it, prepare a generous gift for me. Dong family. Study room. Old Master Chen will be there tomorrow, and there will surely be many others present. Old Master Dong looked at Dong Xiaobai and Run Wanxian. Xiaobai, when there's a chance, let Wanxian make an appearance in front of him. Run Wanxian, sitting beside them, didn't know who Old Master Chen was, but understood that he must be no ordinary individual. She remained silent. I understand, Dong Xiaobai responded. While speaking, he received a message from Mu Yining. Dong Xiaobai set down his teacup and stood up, his brows slightly knitted. Dad, keep talking to Wanxian. I have to step out for a bit. That urgent? Old Master Dong looked up, surprised. Yining is worried about Alien, said Dong Xiaobai. I've arranged a meeting with Minister Kai to minimize her screen time tomorrow as much as possible, avoiding unnecessary public attention. Old Master Dong knew about Bai Lian substituting for Run Wanxian since yesterday. Rin Wanxian was injured and couldn't appear, so Bai Lian took her place. And just by coincidence, the person who had injured Ren Wanxian happened to be a friend of Bai Lian's. Old Master Dong couldn't help but suspect a conspiracy. Hearing Bai Lian's name, he frowned and set down his teacup. Isn't she your competitor? Would she help you? It's Yining's initiative, Dong Xiaobai said. The Mu family still had some clout. I hope nothing goes wrong. You better go now. If there was a mistake, it would affect the Dong family as well. Meanwhile, Ren Wanxian, her right hand in a cast, paused when she heard that Bai Lian would be taking the stage, knowing full well that Bai Lian too had some knowledge of the Liang style. But hearing that Dong Xiaobai was making arrangements for Bai Lian to reduce her screen time, she lowered her gaze. After Dong Xiaobai left, Ren Wanxian finished her tea and left too, her phone vibrating with a message from Kai Xian, an old acquaintance from the Sea of Ink and Brush. The person replacing you on stage is acquainted with the one who accidentally twisted your leg. Ren Wanxian slowly replied. They met in Xiangqing. Uncle Dong just said he's going to entertain for her with Minister Kai to reduce her screen time later on. Source. Web novel. Com. Updated on Invgo. Co. Sun Qian introduced Bai Lian and the others to her circle of friends, saying, "These are my roommates." With many people in the private room, mostly well-off second-generation individuals, hearing they were Sun Qian's friends, not many came forward to socialize as the circle kept it real. Near the bar inside, someone holding a champagne glass looked over at Ren Wanxian, then turned their attention to Bai Lian, showing interest. "Wanxian, do you know them?" "You don't know them?" Ren Wanxian leaned back on the sofa, her gaze flitting toward Bai Lian, who sat in a corner with the other two, checking their phones, ignored by everyone else. After the college entrance exam results were out, Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Yang Lin all got into Jiang University. The rumor around the school was that Bai Lian tutored them. Ren Wanxian found it hard to believe, but couldn't think of any other reason why they would have been admitted to Jiang University. During that time, all of Xiangqing celebrated, except for her and Chenju, who stayed shut in their rooms. Chenju repeated a grade. Ridden with restlessness, Ren Wanxian didn't stay in Xiangqing to retake classes, but instead enrolled in an art school in Jiangjing. Later, the Mu family surfaced. Ren Wanxian took a sip of champagne. She was now listed in the Mu family genealogy, ranked first in her major at the art school, and was a new member of the Calligraphy Association. In Jiangjing, she made many socialite sisters, while Bai Lian's friends were still the same few. No progress whatsoever. Ren Wanxian withdrew her gaze, looking toward Kai Xian. "She's the one who will be on stage with you tomorrow." "Her." Kai Xian frowned. Since learning about the change, Kai Xian had not seen Bai Lian come over for rehearsal even once. Her airs were bigger than those of their association's president. His eyes continued to follow Bai Lian's direction. "It's a situation set up by my brother." Sun Qian, typically aloof, had good academic grades and usually didn't socialize with the others in the circle. Having received all the second generations, she then sat down next to Bai Lian's group. "Thank you for coming." She let out a small sigh of relief. Kong Wei and Yu Ximin were fascinated by everything in the Xijing Club. Just after exploring the table next to them, they showed Sun Qian the key points Bai Lian had circled on their phones. "Qian, we have hope for our finals complex functions now. Look at the key points Lian just drew for us." Source: web novel. Com. Updated on Invgo. Co. Chapter 728. 288 The most untouchable person in Jiangjing _3 Yes, even students at Jiang University are afraid of failing a class. Sun Qian coldly asked Kong Wei to send it to her. At that moment, someone pushed open the door of the private room again. This time, it was a young woman who pushed open the door, wearing a beige cheongsam and a black coat over it. As soon as she entered, the young masters and misses present were taken aback. Then all stood up. Even Sun Qian, who was sitting next to Bai Lian and others, stood up and walked to the door. "Second miss." Su Jini glanced indifferently around the room, her gaze pausing slightly on Bai Lian. The young woman's traditional clothing and overly delicate face caught her attention for a moment, but just for a moment. "I was upstairs just now and heard your brother mention that it's your birthday today, so I specially came to congratulate you." Su Jini handed the gift she was holding to Sun Qian. "Thank you, second miss." Sun Qian replied with great respect. Su Jini had little to talk about with the group downstairs, so after handing the gift to Sun Qian, she left. After she left, some of the socialites and young masters let out a sigh of relief and started discussing quietly. Ren Wanxian also lowered her voice to inquire. "That second miss is Su Jini, the Sun family's second young miss. In our circle, you can offend anyone but not her." A male student beside Ren Wanxian explained. "Is that so?" Ren Wanxian withdrew her gaze in a trance. She had thought she was already at the top of the social circle. "I've never heard of her before." "She doesn't play around with us," someone shrugged. "That's Su Nanjing's biological cousin, the girl whom Mrs. Su likes the most. The man she just mentioned is Sun Qian's brother, Sun Feng. Those who play with her are from Su Nanjing's crowd, the real power players. We are just here to while away the time." In room 407, both Sun Qian and Bai Lian were study fanatics. After Bai Lian outlined the key points of complex functions, Sun Qian sat next to her, scrutinizing them intently. Kong Wei and Yu Simin were laughing and playing pool on the side. Kong Wei didn't quite get it, so Yu Simin taught her. They were laughing and playing, unconcerned with the stares from others. Today was Sun Qian's birthday, and realizing she wasn't quite comfortable with the setting either, Bai Lian kept her laptop on her lap without leaving early. She pointed at the screen, drawing the material diagrams Ning Xiao needed. The diagram she was working on was beyond Sun Qian's study range. So after glancing at it, Sun Qian continued with her complex functions. This year's basic physics complex function exam questions were set by a teacher from the math department, who was quite familiar with Bai Lian. Bai Lian helped them to inquire about the key topics. On the side, an aunt from the Sun family watched Sun Qian and Bai Lian studying and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Staying until past 10 o'clock, the gathering still hadn't ended. Bai Lian left early. Once she left, neither Kong Wei nor Yu Simin stayed any longer. Sun Qian had no choice but to walk the three of them to the elevator. Kong Wei and Yu Simin were discussing taking a taxi home together. There was a black car parked at the entrance. As the three approached, the black car window came down, and warm air poured out. In the driver's seat, a man in a white sweater whose eyes under the neon lights appeared as if carefully outlined in an ink wash painting, radiantly attractive. His phoenix-like eyes fell on the manager beside him. His tone cool and mild. "Send them home in a car." Manager Ku respectfully answered, "Yes." Bai Lian opened the passenger door, looking back at the stunned Kong Wei and Yu Simin. "Signal me when you get safely to the dorm." "Ah." Yu Simin nodded bewilderingly. Okay. In the car. The heater was turned up high. Bai Lian rested her cloak on her legs and lazily propped her chin with her fingers. She turned on the car stereo and played the song Blossoms on the Tree. Qinsis' voice was lower than Yan Lu's, creating a unique charm when heard. Jiang Fulai's long fingers tapped the steering wheel, glancing slightly sideways. "President Huang said you're going to change labs?" "Yes, but not to your lab," Bai Lian replied casually. Jiang Fulai gave her a glance, and then fell silent. "I still have a day off tomorrow," Bai Lian remembered, having taken a week's leave that lasted until tomorrow. President Huang said the new lab will likely be settled by tomorrow evening. The two arrived at Shanghai apartment. Mu Yining and Dong Xiaobai were waiting for Bai Lian to return in room 103. Walking beside Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai carried her laptop. Seeing Mu Yining and Dong Xiaobai, he nodded politely and continued upstairs with Bai Lian's belongings without disturbing anyone. Mu Yining clearly didn't expect Jiang Fulai to be there too. She waited until Jiang Fulai had gone upstairs before daring to speak. "Alien, do you know how to write in Liang script?" Source, web novel. Updated on InvGo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The president of the Calligraphy Association practices Liang-style calligraphy, and is the sect leader of the Guzheng schools, who first became famous because of the white robe journey. Both masters have a special relationship with the Chen family's patriarch. Actually, seeing the trends of the recent years, one knows why Liang style has become so prevalent. It's all pushed by the Chen family from behind. The Chen family is a grand clan with 1,000 years of legacy, numerous family members, leaders in politics, elites in scientific research, magnates in commerce. They have a presence in almost every field. Many people seek connections to join the Calligraphy Association, simply to integrate into this circle. Fawning over elegance is merely incidental. Ren Wanxian seemed to understand but not quite grasp it all. The resting room in the innermost area. Outside the door, 3 black-suited bodyguards stood guard. Inside the resting room, Su Yajun paused her writing, waiting for the ink to dry. Next to her, the president picked up her writing and brought it to the Yuanyue tea house, to show the Chen family patriarch sitting in the middle. The Chen family patriarch was watching Dean Jian make tea, the latter's actions taking him by surprise. "Who did you learn this from?" "A white porcelain's snowy froth exuding fragrance." "From a young friend." Dean Jian placed the tea set down with a gentle tap 3 times and handed the tea to the Chen family patriarch. Later on, I'll introduce her to you. You'll surely like her. The two enjoyed their tea, whilst appreciating the calligraphy brought over by the president of the Calligraphy Association. Dean Jian also admired the writing. Yajun's calligraphy skills have improved quite a bit. This piece, if auctioned, would certainly fetch a good price. Su Yajun, being a student of the president of the Calligraphy Association, naturally received strong support from them. With her good looks and great talent, writing mainstream Liang style, she also became a small calligraphy star with many calligraphy fans. Rarely willing to endure the hardships of practice, the patriarch of the Chen family also nodded with a look of appreciation on his face. Although not as good as the ancestors, as a girl naturally with less wrist strength, she has already begun to show her own character. The president of the Calligraphy Association smiled, taking the piece and brought it to Su Yajun. The old patriarch has a high opinion of you, but you still need to remain humble and continue learning. Let's display this piece at our station in the center to show and let them take pictures. Su Yajun did not show joy but accepted it with respect. Yes, teacher. After Dean Jian saw off the old patriarch, old who waited outside for him. It's a pity, as he took the schedule from old Hu's hand, Dean Jian sighed. Su Yajun's age was a bit over the limit. Otherwise, if she were the youth representative this time, I wouldn't have to worry. Source web novel. Com. Updated on InvGo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730. 289 The old ancestor leading their cause returns. Second update. _2 He had played mahjong with Jiheng a couple days ago, probing for information in a roundabout way. But he didn't get any news about Bai Lian and her mastery of the Liang style. You needn't worry too much, Lao Hu said, choosing his words to comfort. Miss Bai always has her own way of thinking. Plus, our foreign friends don't understand our characters. At most, it's the fans of the Liang style who might have a few more things to say. Director Jian also considered that Bai Lian was not a person to act impulsively, especially because he had been wondering for a long time whether Bai Lian could use the spear. So could she possibly master the Liang-style calligraphy? That's why he didn't reject her when he first saw Bai Lian's name. The immense indoor plaza of Cultural Square. The floor inside the plaza was entirely covered with a red carpet, hosting countless small exhibition stands for calligraphy and paintings, and the central sunken stage area was where the opening ceremony would take place. All around the stage, fresh peonies and plum blossoms were set up, with pink and red peonies blooming in a gorgeous display of cold elegance and nobility. There were journalists packed on both sides. Only 4 rows of seating, 10 in each row, were for foreign guests and VIPs of the Beijing Writers Association. Only Zhou Wennan had the privilege to sit in the back row to spectate, while other Beijing folks, like the journalists, stood around the perimeter. The Jian family members naturally did the same. But the Jian family members, with their sharp eyes, spotted a young man sitting next to Zhou Wennan in the back row. Master, the old man who followed Jian Zhonghai whispered in shock. How is young Master Jian just sitting there? The eyes of the Jian family were all fixed on the central exhibition stage. At the old man's mention, they then noticed that the label stuck behind the first seat from the left in the back row bore just 2 characters, Jianjia. From the beginning with Director Xu to the present, the Jian family members were becoming desperately curious to know why this was happening. To be seated here, one must be a master in the field of calligraphy, or someone with significant influence among calligraphers. Jianjia, he had no relation to any of this, right? Old Master Chen was seated in the center of the first row, with orderly media taking photos and filming the entire event. Bodyguards stood at the sides of the first row. Outside the cordon, police with weapons were maintaining order. With old Master Chen personally attending today, the number of reporters coming and going was double that of yesterday. Backstage, the green room was heated. Bai Lian took off her overcoat, wearing only a white dress with tea-colored flowers. In the waiting room before going on stage, As Bai Lian entered, Kai Xian was already seated inside. Upon hearing the door open, he didn't look up, sitting on the sofa, toying with a wolf hairbrush as if no one had come in. It was Kai Xian, whom she would be performing with on stage. Bai Lian had heard about him from Jianjia. Bai Lian's etiquette was meant only for those who deserved it, and she paid him no mind, taking a seat on the other side, pulling out her cell phone and leisurely browsing through academic papers. Just before it was time to take the stage, Kai Xian stepped out for a moment. When he returned, the program responsible person smiled at them reassuringly. Kai, Ms. Bai, it's your turn. Don't be nervous. Bai Lian dusted off her sleeves, standing up at a leisurely pace. Across from her, Kai Xian looked up and glanced at her. Outside on the central stage, the host introduced Bai Lian and Kai Xian, and then translated everything into 2 languages. When Mu Yining arrived, Dong Xiaobai and several others were looking for seats in the front rows. Fortunately, a few people from the Calligraphy Association who knew Dong Xiaobai and Ren Wanxian gave up their seats for them to view the ceremony. They even asked why Ren Wanxian wasn't on stage. Beside Dong Xiaobai, Mu Yining, surrounded by dense crowds of journalists and listening to the clear voices of a few young people, wondered, "There won't be any problems, right?" "I've spoken to Minister Kai," Dong Xiaobai comforted her. "Don't worry." Mu Yining's gaze fell on the center of the first row, on the man seated furthest to the right, wearing a duckbill cap, his back straight and posture relaxed, her own anxiety gradually subsiding. It should be all right. On stage, a writing desk and the 4 treasures of the study were all neatly arranged. The host announced enthusiastically, "Next up are 2 young representatives." Scattered applause rose, with quite a many fans in the audience shouting the names Kai Xian and Su Yajun, and occasionally, the name of the budding talent in the calligraphy world, Ren Wanxian, though not often. The girl in white ascended the stage. The live broadcast camera first gave her a close-up. The girl's delicate face had no bad angle on the official broadcast, very beautiful to look at. But this group of calligraphy enthusiasts had never seen her before. "Who is this? Heard she's a new member of the Calligraphy Association. Something Ren, who is this Bai Lian? Isn't this the young lady from Jiang University who went viral in that video? Did she walk onto the wrong set?" Source, web novel. Com. Updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731, 289. The old ancestor leading their cause returns. Second update. _3. I checked, and although she's a member of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, her calligraphy level is 0? The Sino-Japanese Korean cultural exchange wasn't very popular, and the official live broadcast room only had a few tens of thousands of enthusiasts online, but due to Bai Lian's high popularity last time, many people clicked directly into the stream. Moreover, the gimmick of a calligraphy level of 0 drew in quite a few viewers. Many people present were simultaneously watching the live stream and the event. Mu Yining noticed that the camera was almost always on Bai Lian, with only occasional glimpses of Kai Xian. A few young people studying calligraphy nearby also received this news. Mu Yining paused. She hasn't passed any level tests? Hadn't Bai Lian claimed her calligraphy was decent? Of course, that wasn't the issue now. Mu Yining looked at Dong Xiaobai. Didn't you talk to Minister Kai about this? Why is the camera always on alien? Dong Xiaobai also found it odd. He took out his phone, even more anxious than Mu Yining. Don't worry, I'll ask. If there was a mistake at this conference, the Dong family would be the first to bear the brunt. They might even fade out of this circle in the future. Dong Xiaobai was already regretting why he had introduced Ren Wanxian in the first place. But no one answered Minister Kai's phone calls. Both Dong Xiaobai and Mu Yining were clever people. Seeing that nobody answered Minister Kai's calls, they pretty much understood why. Dong Xiaobai felt a cold sweat on his back. Backstage, Minister Kai turned off his cell phone and tossed it aside. He slowly pulled out a cigarette, speaking leisurely. "Keep the cameras on this Bai Lian." Not giving Master Kai the spotlight? The staff member was startled. Minister Kai lit his cigarette, the smoke curling. No need. Well, give Kai Zhen's writing a shot after she finishes writing. Our Kai Xan doesn't care about these things. You're really generous, the staff member said earnestly. After all, the Sino-Japanese-Korean cultural exchange was the fastest way to gain fame. Minister Kai flicked the ash from his cigarette, smiling subtly. Dong Xiaobai was so anxious, calling him, inviting him to meals, all to cover up by Lian's abilities. He hadn't really done anything except direct the cameras a bit. After all, the representation of the youth was solely taken over by the Dong family, and if there were to be any problems, they would ultimately be traced back to them. He and Dong Xiaobai were rivals. In order to bring Dong Xiaobai down, Minister Kai didn't even save face for Mu Yining this time. There were sacrifices to be made, and they spared no effort. In the center of the exhibit, the host started with a smile. Let's appreciate the talent of the young generation. The camera switched entirely to the female side. Under the high-definition lens, the young woman was dressed in a white pleated dress with T-frills, her hair casually pinned up with a hairpin, the falling strands brushing her pale cheeks. When she slightly looked up, under the bright lights of the venue, one could see those carefree, wild and pitch-black eyes. In her right hand, she held a wolf hair brush, her knuckles distinct and forceful under the camera, while her left hand loosely held up her pipa sleeve. She started with a reverse stroke, the brushwork firm. Strive to become stronger without ceasing. Carry virtue in great measure. The 8 characters leaped onto the paper. Although it was an encouraging phrase, the prominent bones in the writing carried a sharpness, like a drawn sword. Under the enlarged live shot, the previously chatty members of the Calligraphy Association fell silent. Jingjing stared at these 8 characters. Even through the lens, the online viewers seemed to see, across the words, the image of a person in white, courageously venturing into Fengdu. Liang Zuan's style varied with each person who wrote it. His own characters were gentle. However, the writing of his proud disciple was ambitious and sharp, with an inherent intent to kill. The authentic works left behind were few, and over the years, almost no one could replicate the style of Bai Xiangjuan. Even the president of Jiangjing could only grasp a fraction of it. Until today, when this young woman in a white pleated dress with T-frills put down her wolf hair brush, slightly raised her head, and smiled serenely at the camera, under the countless spotlight of the reporters, she silently announced to everyone. The progenitor of their Liang style had returned. Source, webnovel. Com. Updated on EnvGo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732. 290 spears break through the waves. Holding a pen to test the sharpness _1 The president of the Calligraphy Association knew that this year's female participant was the same one who won first place in last year's Orchid Pavilion Award. Although her calligraphy had not been collected by the association last year, he still remembered the strength and vigor of her handiwork. It hadn't even been more than a year. Seeing her work today, he felt shocked by her calligraphy once again, realizing that in just over a year, her skills had improved by more than just a little bit. The camera had forgotten to switch to Kai Xian. It wasn't until Bai Lian and Kai Xian left the stage that the camera begrudgingly gave Kai Xian a moment of airtime. But by then the camera's focus had lost its significance, as all attention, both on and off camera, was on Bai Lian. Nobody paid attention to Kai Xian, who shared the stage with her. The front row. Old Master Qin, dressed in a long robe, had been watching the girl the whole time and finally reacted when he saw the two of them leaving the stage, standing up abruptly with a thud. Next to him, Dean Jian hurriedly got to his feet. Old Master Qin. The Jian family was a prestigious literary family, and Dean Jian, having been immersed in the world of calligraphy from a young age, also had the ability to appreciate it. Bai Lian's Liang style had struck him as unique. Nowadays, most people's calligraphy is based purely on copying others, polished from start to finish, rarely reflecting any sense of beauty or artistry. Bai Lian's writing, however, with its rustic heaviness, seemed to come at them with the vigor and skeletal strength of ancient windswept grass. Old Master Chen's gaze still lingered on the left side of the stage, realizing the event had not ended. He felt he had lost his composure and reseated himself, not even turning his head. "Who is that girl?" "She's the child I wanted to introduce to you," said Dean Jian, surprised at Old Master Chen's reaction. He knew Old Master Chen always took great interest in anything related to the Bai family, but he hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Old Master Chen hummed in acknowledgement. The other executives at the Pen and Ink Ocean, sitting beside him, exchanged glances and silently instructed their subordinates to find out more about this girl. Backstage. Having completed her task for the day, Bai Lian left after getting off the stage. She picked up a cloak nearby and walked out the door. At the back door, Jiang Fulai was waiting for her. He had donned a cap and leaned casually against the doorframe. The brim pulled low so only his firm jaw was visible, his pale and slender fingers fiddling absent-mindedly with a cell phone. Only when he heard footsteps did he turn his head slightly. There were many people at today's event, but he didn't linger. Instead, he took Bai Lian by the arm and led her straight out of the main entrance. "Let's go directly to the Ma Institute," Bai Lian said languidly as she followed Jiang Fulai. "I've taken leave from Professor Zhou's place. I don't need to go there today." In such a hurry? Jiang Fulai had specifically taken time out to watch the competition today. They had come quietly and left unnoticed. As Bai Lian discussed with him Ning Xiao's material analysis situation. "He's still missing a piece. I'll take the time today to finish the last few experimental data. The machine was running all day yesterday. I don't know if it caught anything." When it came to plasma materials, Bai Lian was still a bit inexperienced. She mainly helped Ning Xiao by crunching the numbers. She had also translated the preliminary data and foreign texts for Ning Xiao. As they passed by various booths, some people had already recognized that Bai Lian was indeed the same person who had been on stage earlier, but nobody dared to approach her. Not to mention Jiang Fulai by her side. Behind the two of them, Ming Dongheng wore a black long t-shirt, hands crossed over his chest, trailing 2 meters behind. His eyes constantly scanned the crowd. Security followed close by them. Perhaps knowing they were not ordinary people, the crowd bustled around but never dared to come too close. They moved quickly. By the time Dean Jian took Old Master Chen to the rest area, they had already disappeared. In the crowd, it was Mu Yining's first time experiencing the event in person. Like everyone else, she was stunned for a while, only coming to her senses after the event ended and the crowd dispersed. The people around her were very quiet. Some were discussing Bai Lian's name in hushed tones. Dong Xiaobai also snapped back to reality. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes shining brightly. Yining, who did she learn her calligraphy from? He was a scholar and always had been reserved and modest. Mu Yining was taken aback for a moment by his look before coming to her senses. "I don't know, she never mentioned it. Is alien really that good?" "This is far beyond just good," Dong Xiaobai said softly. "Such poise, such a sense of weight. Whom did she study under?" Although she could guess from the audience's reaction that Bai Lian might be pretty good, she had not expected Dong Xiaobai to admire her to such an extent. Previously, when Dong Xiaobai knew that Ren Wanxian was proficient in calligraphy, he also praised her, but then he had merely said, "She writes very well," enabling Mu Yining to sense the surprise and admiration in his tone. Source: web novel. Com, updated on NVGO. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733. 290 spears pierce through the wind and waves, holding a pen to test the sharpness _2. But today, she heard something shocking in Dong Xiaobai's tone. "I didn't hear Xiaojun and the others mention it." Dong Xiaobai's reaction meant that Bai Lian hadn't made any mistakes this time, which allowed Mu Yining to breathe a sigh of relief. Then Minister Kai, she narrowed her eyes slightly. The Mu family was keeping a low profile these days, not actively provoking anyone, but not afraid of trouble either. Minister Kai could refuse, but that might prompt Mu Yining to approach someone else. However, after agreeing and then creating obstacles when the program was truly underway, Mu Yining wouldn't let it go just like that. Beside them, Dong Chuan was also very surprised. After having dinner at the Mu family's home last time, he had heard Dong Xiaobai mentioning Bai Lian. At that time, he knew that Bai Lian was an outstanding student at Jiang University. However, it was only today that he found out she was also skilled in calligraphy. Before he could react, a member of the Calligraphy Association came over. "Mr. Dong, the president is looking for you." "The president?" Dong Xiaobai gathered his thoughts. "He's looking for me at this time?" Despite his confusion, Dong Xiaobai told Mu Yining to take Dong Chuan and Ren Wanxian out for a stroll, while he went to the back lounge to meet the president. The lounge. When Dong Xiaobai arrived, the president of the Calligraphy Association was standing respectfully on one side, with Minister Kai and others present. The atmosphere was very quiet. Only an elderly man was sitting in the chair at the center. As soon as Dong Xiaobai entered the lounge, he felt the solemn atmosphere and quickly bowed respectfully, greeting, "Elder Chen." Elder Chen lifted his eyes to ask for his name and his position in the Calligraphy Association. After a few questions, he finally said, "Is Bai Lian someone your Dong family recommended?" "She is also my niece," Dong Xiaobai said. "Niece, good, very good. At such a young age to have such strength, to have such." Elder Chen looked at him, his gaze much more amiable. "You all have done an excellent job this time." The president of the Calligraphy Association then smiled and spoke up. "Not only that, she herself has brought a lot of attention. It's been less than an hour since the event, and the internet is full of her short video clips. We've decided to frame her calligraphy and set up a separate booth for her in the center to attract more young visitors to the exhibition." In the room, everyone realized that the organizers greatly appreciated Bai Lian. Of course, among the younger members of the Calligraphy Association, no one else could compare to her. A group of people were discussing enthusiastically. The president of the Calligraphy Association remembered Minister Kai and laughed. "Little Kai, you did well this time too, getting the shots of Bai Lian just right." Minister Kai was smiling, but his entire demeanor was rigid. He had a conflict of interest with the Dong family. With Elder Chen from the Chen family present at this four-nation exchange meeting, if Bai Lian showed even the slightest mistake, or if her writing was just a little poor, causing Elder Chen and the organizers to be slightly dissatisfied, the industry would reassess the Dong family. He had high hopes and had Kai Xian repeatedly inquire. Bai Lian hadn't gone to any rehearsals from the beginning, especially since Dong Xiaobai and Mu Yining personally brought gifts to persuade him to reduce Bai Lian's on-screen presence. He believed it to be true, unaware that Bai Lian's calligraphy was not something to hide. Rather, it was of the highest quality. Having more camera shots of Bai Lian made her even more popular. Now the media were promoting this year's Inxi Bai Lian. Who would know there was also Kai Xian, who shared the stage with her, whose writing was not bad either. He previously waited for a comparison with Bai Lian, hoping to build a reputation for Kai Xian. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would never have given Bai Lian an extra shot. Now, not only had he not gained anything, but Mu Yining was not someone to be trifled with. If Bai Lian's performance on stage hadn't been ideal, the Dong family would have been too busy to deal with their own issues, leaving Mu Yining with little time to cause trouble for them. But now, not only did she have time, but the Dong family had likely made a good impression on the Chen family as well. Minister Kai was no longer relaxed. He started looking for someone to contact Mu Yining. The conference ended. Qiu Xuezheng got busy with Zhang Cheng's small exhibition booth. The Calligraphy Association said they would add another booth for Xiangcheng. Jianjia and Ding Jian walked outside. He had exams in a few days, and since Qiu Xuezheng didn't assign him any tasks, he needed to familiarize himself with the examination venue at Jiang University. Ding Jian couldn't find Bai Lian. She didn't reply to his messages, and he asked Jianjia where she had gone. Bai Lian? Well, Jianjia recalled for a moment. She has to go to the laboratory with Ning Xiao this afternoon. Ning Xiao still had a class in the morning, and would go to Academician Ma's laboratory with Bai Lian in the afternoon. Is she in such a hurry? Ding Jian nodded. No wonder she hadn't been responding. She didn't bring her phone into the lab. Source web novel. Com. Updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734. 290 spears cut through the wind and waves. Holding a pen to test the edge _3. Seeing no sign of Bai Lian, Ding Jian grew impatient and decided to return to Chang'an district with Jianjia, heading straight to Shanghai apartment to wait for Bai Lian. After all, the guzheng, the long spear, the Liang-style calligraphy. Ding Jian reflected on the past events. Even the old Mr. Chen did not wait any longer. Together, the two of them exited the main entrance. Outside, the Jian family had been on stakeout for Ding Jian since yesterday, but when Ding Jian came by yesterday, surrounded by a swarm of security guards and reporters, they were kept beyond the security line, unable to speak to Ding Jian for the entire day. They had come early in the morning today to stake out again. Upon catching sight of Ding Jian from afar, Jian Zhonghai hurried excitedly in that direction. Yet he was still stopped by the security on site. "Old sir, please do not cross the security line." "That is my brother." Jian Zhonghai gazed in the direction of Jian Zhongyo, his voice rising. "Zhongyo, Zhongyo." Ding Jian bent down and got into the car. Without looking back, the security guards, with forced smiles, blocked the other members of the Jian family. "There are others who claim to be the long-lost sons and daughters of Ding Jian, sir. Please do not make it difficult for us." Jian Zhonghai was a figure of some standing in Beicheng, and this was the first time he had been treated with such passive aggressiveness. His aged face struggled to remain composed. Beside him, an elderly member of the Jian family squinted at another silhouette entering the car and was slightly stunned. "Old master, look, isn't that young Master Jianjia getting on the car? Today is Monday. The physics department has its routine meeting in the afternoon." Din Huang sat at the front with his hands resting on the table, palms together, surveying the room. "Zhua, what about your project?" His gaze settled on Zhua Jinhua. Din Huang supervised many students, but had only a few direct disciples. Some were assisting at Academician Mas Research Institute. Zhua Jinhua was a quasi-free-range doctoral student, missing an opportunity in this year's mathematical modeling competition. His performance fell short, and he had not yet been promoted to a professional title. Nor had he been promoted to associate professor. Bai Lian was his future junior sister. And without even thinking, Din Huang knew how brilliant the path ahead for Bai Lian and her line would be. He had recently heard that Bai Lian and Ning Xiao had been in Academician Mas lab. During this period, Sun Fu let Bai Lian and the others leave the lab, and Din Huang did not try to persuade Sun Fu otherwise. He was willing to give Zhua Jinhua a chance. Bai Lian was still accessible now, but in the future, trying to get to know Bai Lian and her group might prove difficult. Zhua Jinhua adjusted his glasses, looking at Din Huang. "Teacher, my lab has 2 newcomers this year. One is Bai Shaoka and the other is Qi Shuyan." Qi Shuyan was planning to take his master's exams this year. Although Zhua Jinhua was still only a lecturer, because he was a student of Din Huang, there were not a few who applied to study under him, but usually the truly high-quality candidates applied to those above professor level. Zhua Jinhua found it difficult to manage 2 newcomers, especially since Qi Shuyan wasn't really a newcomer. As for Bai Lian and her group of 10, not even Professor Sun's lab could accommodate them, so naturally, Zhua Jinhua didn't want to either. "I see." Din Huang glanced at him and did not ask further. Instead, he turned to others in the room. In the conference room, most coincidentally bent down to sip their tea, avoiding eye contact. Din Huang nodded. "That concludes today's meeting." Zhua Jinhua felt a sigh of relief seeing that Din Huang did not bring up the matter again. Although Tongfeng class students deserved respect, with top students emerging each year, the only one who truly broke free from constraints was he one. The others who had achieved in research were all connected insiders. After so many detours, Zhua Jinhua had come to understand this. This was also why he accepted Qi Shuyan. As a mentor, Din Huang had not often created shortcuts for Zhua Jinhua. So naturally, Zhua Jinhua assumed that Din Huang was pushing the trouble onto his team. If Din Huang had firmly assigned Bai Lian to him, he would have had no choice but to accept. In the evening, at 5 o'clock, the research building of Academician Ma, Bai Lian removed her white lab coat, stepping out from the indoor space. Beside her, Ning Xiao wore his coat open, holding a pen in one hand and a notebook in the other, noting down data. I plan to collect all the materials and apply for this project. Research materials were not easy to come by, and actualizing them was even harder. Write the report in paper first. Bai Lian, holding her lab coat, entered the restroom. Her research was not in this direction. Don't worry about the rest for now. After both entered, they picked up their respective mobile phones. Aside from calls from Dean Jian, Bai Lian's phone had also received calls from Dean Huang. Dean Jian had messaged her on WeChat, saying that he was at Shanghai apartment, while several other messages were from Qiu Xuezheng, asking her to discuss matters about the Calligraphy Association that evening. Source webnovel. Com. Updated on InvGo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 735. 290 spears tear through the wind and waves. Holding a pen to test the blade _4 Bai Lian pressed the button on her phone to return a call to Dean Huang. I haven't decided which lab specifically, said Dean Huang, who wasn't in a rush. Why don't you directly go to the teacher's lab? He would definitely like that. Dean Huang understood his mentor. Ever since Jiang he was 6 years old, academician Ma had wanted to lure him into the lab. It's not the time yet, Bai Lian replied. Dean Huang thought that made sense. Then I'll make a list for you tonight. You can take a look and find one that you think is suitable. He hoped that this time he could find a research center with a better atmosphere for Bai Lian. After hanging up, Bai Lian went downstairs. Ming Dongheng was waiting for her downstairs, and once he confirmed that Bai Lian was going to the restaurant in Cultural Square, he drove straight there. The hotel near Cultural Square was where Zhou Wennan and Qiu Xuezheng were, and with Zhou Wennan being the vice president of the Beijing Calligraphy Association, and quite familiar with Bai Lian, he always took special care of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association. As soon as Bai Lian got out of the car, she felt that someone was watching her, secretly taking pictures. But because Ming Dongheng was following her, no one dared to approach. This feeling, after the welcome meeting as well, made her raise an eyebrow. Meanwhile, the Dong family. Old Master Dong didn't go out today and was worried about the exhibition. After Dong Xiaobai and Dong Chuan returned, he got up and asked, "The Kai family didn't pull any tricks, did they?" "Well," Dong Xiaobai snapped back to reality, his expression strange. "They moved all the cameras to focus on Alien." "What?" Old Master Dong put his teacup down with a smack, his face darkening. "I knew they were up to no good." "Dad, don't worry just yet," said Dong Xiaobai with a smile. "We've actually benefited from this misfortune. Yining's niece, her calligraphy is even better than Wengshuan's." "Her?" Old Master Dong was also stunned. "She's a student at Jiang University and she knows calligraphy too?" "Yeah," Dong Xiaobai said softly. "Even better than Su Yajun." As Su Yajun was considered a benchmark among female practitioners in the industry, Old Master Dong almost gasped. "Why have I never heard her name? Who is her mentor?" Dong Chuan, who was casually listening to their conversation, opened WeChat intending to ask Ren Wanqian, but then noticed a push notification for a short video. It clearly read, "Ink and See Calligraphy Exchange by Lian." He paused for a moment, then clicked on it. Bai Lian had been a sensation on the internet before. Once the official live stream of the Ink and See event was released, many netizens recognized her. Due to her popularity at the last welcome meeting, self-media people rushed over at the news. Her photos were always popular without the need for editing, a rare combination of aura and beauty not often found in the entertainment industry. Even when images from the live streams of others at the school were not clear last time, this was an official live stream with clear wide-angle shots. It ignited a spree of edited videos. The most viral was a comparison photo video created by the media. It had already surpassed 5 million likes and 290,000 comments since morning. The video only included 2 photos, set to the background music of the recently popular Blossoms on the Tree. It only took the climax of the song. In that moment of silence, It showcased a high-definition photo of her holding a wolf hair brush. In the photo, she leisurely lifted her pipa sleeves, her lazy eyes raised slightly, calm and composed. The next second, it switched to a tense Guzheng tune mixed with drumbeats, and a photo of Bai Lian holding a spear suddenly appeared. In the center of the stage, her white robe flaring, she slowly lifted her dark eyes, the single red ribbon tied behind her head falling against her pale cheek, facing the camera, with a wild beauty exuding a fierce strength. Under the slow-motion effect, the two photos merged together with a crack of black lightning. Then a line of white text slowly emerged at the point of convergence. I can wield a long spear to break the waves, or hold a brush to test its sharpness. Even Dong Chuan was shocked by this edited clip. He sat stunned for quite a while before opening the comments and saw the top trending comment, which suddenly made him sit up straight. Source, webnovel. Com, updated on InvGo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 736. 291 Godlike by Jian_1 Top comment in the comments section. Snack-eating citizen Little Wang. Bai Lian, member of Xiangqing Calligraphy Association calligraphy level. Has never participated in grading exams. Awards won. First prize in the 9th Lan Ting Award. Someone replied below. Most people probably have never heard of the Lan Ting Award. Let me educate everyone. The Lan Ting Award occurs once every 3 years, with groupings, and getting a third-place award allows entry into the National Calligraphy Association. There are typically 3 first-place awards and 6 second-place awards. However, last year, which was the 9th Lan Ting Award, there was only 1 first-place award. The usual seeded contestants from the Calligraphy Association, Su Yajun and Xie Jinyuan, ended up with second-place awards, and those previously in the running for second place were moved to third place. For this reason, the 9th Lan Ting Awards Youth Prize became the one with the highest gold content in history. That first-place winner with no competitors is our Bai Lian flower. Hold on, out of curiosity, I looked it up, and has anyone noticed the name Bai Lian Yu seems familiar? Image. Bai Jian? Is she also a fan of Yan Lu and the Jian God? How is that possible? The Lan Ting Award was more than 2 months earlier than gambling with liquor. Could it be a coincidence? Speaking of which, our Jiang University app also has a big name god with the same name. The netizens began to argue over Bai Lian's name used at the Lan Ting Award, but Dong Chuan didn't continue reading. He wasn't well versed in the entertainment industry. Instead, he turned to the elder Mr. Dong. Grandpa, Bai Lian was last year's first prize winner of the Lan Ting Award. The two who were discussing Bai Lian's calligraphy suddenly fell silent. The Dong family had been quite excited when they first heard that Ren Wanxian was studying art, practicing the Liang style. To them, the Liang style was not just the Liang style. It was also a foot in the door. Mastering the Liang style, and doing it well is a different concept from winning the Lan Ting Award. This year's Pen and Ink Vast Ocean 4 Nations Exchange, due to Bai Lian's participation, was frighteningly popular. Vice Chairman Liang of the Cultural Bureau hadn't even considered how to increase the buzz. By afternoon, a throng of tourists had surged into the venue. People continued to come and go until the evening. What on earth is going on? Vice Chairman Liang was somewhat perplexed as he ordered stepped-up arrangements, emergency meetings, and intensified promotion of the cultural philosophy for the event. The publicity department quickly traced the source of the whole affair. Vice Chairman, take a look at these videos. After watching the netizens' edits and checking the online popularity, Vice Chairman Liang asked, "Is all this because of her?" Of course, Jiang University's top entrance exam star this year. The young person from the publicity department had previously scrolled past Bai Lian's long post. "Vice Chairman, with her here, I believe this year's Pen and Ink Vast Ocean won't lack popularity." Vice Chairman Liang looked down at the list. He felt that the publicity department's statement sounded familiar. Thinking about it more carefully, it seemed that last week, when Dean Jian received the new list, he had also said something similar. At a restaurant near Cultural Square, Qiu Xuezheng and Zhou Wennan had drunk quite a bit. Qiu Xuezheng lived nearby. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back, alongside Zhou Wennan heading back. Deputy Zhou, you live in Chang'an District. Could you go back with Bai Lian? Zhou Wennan played a crucial role in the success of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association to date. No need, my younger brother will come to pick me up. Zhou Wennan smiled and shook his head. Well then, I'll submit another application for the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association. How many applications did you receive today? 986 just today. Qiu Xuezheng marveled. And this was only the first day. In Jiangjing, they hadn't felt it yet, but as reported by the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, by this afternoon, the number of people strolling on Wallow Street had exploded, with many out-of-town visitors queuing up at the Calligraphy Association to experience traditional culture. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was not large, and the Cultural Bureau had sent an additional 20 people to help, already starting to limit the flow of visitors. This was the era of information explosion through viral content. More extravagant than Qiu Xuezheng had imagined. Bai Lian stood by the roadside, waiting to see Zhou Wennan off. From behind, Ming Dongheng silently handed her a black cape. There was no snow these past days, but the temperature in Jiangjing remained very low. Qiu Xuezheng rubbed his hands together, blowing out clouds of white breath, still discussing the future direction of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association with Zhou Wennan. Bai Lian had good physical resilience and wasn't as susceptible to the cold as others. She casually draped the black cape over her shoulders. It wasn't made by Ji Heng, with black velvet fabric, a Chinese-style design, broad sleeves on the sides, and thick white fur sewn at the cuffs and collar. Aside from a lifelike red rose on the left side of the collar, there were no other decorations. Simple and elegant. Zhou Wennan's car slowly approached, the speed lowered, and the person in the driver's seat got out, greeting Qiu Xuezheng. His gaze shifted to Bai Lian standing nearby. Bai Lian? Professor Zhou? Bai Lian also felt surprised that Zhou Wenqing was actually Zhou Wennan's brother. Wenqing, you know each other. Zhou Wennan pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Qiu Xuezheng. Then looking at the two, he also realized. Right, you are both from Jiang University. After saying that, he continued to discuss today's matter with Qiu Xuezheng. Zhou Wenqing didn't know much about calligraphy art, so he talked to Bai Lian about the classes she missed at the Tongfeng group today, and about the next literature report. Bai Lian lowered her head, meticulously straightened her cloak sleeve, listened to him finish, then asked, Professor Zhou, how many members are in your lab? Ning Xiao often went to help Zhou Wenqing, and Bai Lian knew Zhou Wenqing was also working on projects at the moment. The Zhou family studied a variety of fields, with some in politics, some researching literature, and some engaged in scientific research. Zhou Wenqing lacked a foundation at Jiang University. For members, Ning Xiao sometimes comes over to help them, but Ning Xiao is just organizing data. The entire mentor group was in a state of limbo. Zhou Wennan finished chatting with Qiu Xuezheng before getting into the car and leaving. Zhou Wenqing in the car. Zhou Wennan sat in the passenger seat, and after a few words about Bai Lian and the Calligraphy Association, he remembered the main issue. Dad went to Xiangqing to inquire for you, but so far there's no news. Zhou Wenqing's hand rested on the steering wheel. No worries, just keep an eye out for me. For the application you submitted, I remember Jiang University has its allocations, right? Zhou Wennan asked. Green light. Zhou Wenqing started the car. The price is high, output even lower, the quotas are limited each year, all allocated to key projects. The portion allocated to my lab was used up by June this year. It couldn't be helped. This was a metal scarce across the entire world. Zhou Wenqing's main research focus was also this, and with the experiment halted, he had accepted the task of guiding new students assigned by the Physics Institute to earn a bit of performance pay to support the lab. Jiangjing University, Girls' Dormitory 407. After returning, Bai Lian saw Kong Wei sitting at her spot browsing her phone, with Yu Ximin's hand on her chair, watching along. And as soon as Bai Lian came back, both their gazes turned towards her, without a word. Bai Lian paused, first looking towards Sun Qian, who lifted her head from the desk, indicating she was clueless. Fine, Bai Lian closed the door of the dormitory behind her, sat down calmly in her chair, set up her computer, and leisurely logged into WeChat to type out a message for Ning Xiao to send the data over. She still had to help Ning Xiao with the graphs. Dean Huang's message also popped up at that time. A list of academic labs with good atmospheres that he had screened. Dean Huang. Choose one. Bai Lian's fingertips rested on the mouse, zoomed in for a glance, and didn't see any familiar names before replying frowny face. Professor Zhou also has projects. Can we join his lab? On the other side of the computer, Dean Huang was surprised. Zhou Wenqing? Despite being a professor, he was assigned to lead the Tongfeng class, but in reality, he didn't have many good projects on hand. The master's students he led were the same as him. They attended academic conferences more for the refreshments than anything else. How come Bai Lian was interested in him? Feeling puzzled, Dean Huang drafted a document and sent it to Zhou Wenqing's email. Where Bai Lian went wasn't really a big issue. After all, this was just a stepping stone for her. After she discussed with Dean Huang, she laid back to slowly draw the graphs. Meanwhile, Kong Wei exchanged glances with Yu Simin. Both being avid surfers, they naturally also came across the hottest comparative photo edits of the day. They reacted quite well to the Lanting Award, but they were studying something else. It was Bai Lian's old nickname mentioned in the comment section during the Lanting Award. Bai Jian. Netizens naturally didn't connect this nickname with Yan Lu's exclusive composing wizard, as Yan Lu's arranger was Dean Jian, a venerable figure and a traditional classical music inheritor. Now the two had collaborated again for a theater with blossoms on the tree. In the netizens' hearts, that Bai Jian should be someone of the same generation as Dean Jian. But then Kong Wei clicked on Bai Lian's WeChat name, a prominent Bai Jian. This wasn't anything. You could find many Bai Jians online nowadays, but Bai Lian gave her the impression she was very familiar with Yan Lu. Kong Wei held her phone, a ridiculous idea bubbling up in her mind. She kicked the floor, sliding her chair next to Bai Lian. Lian. Bai Lian was still drawing her graph from this angle. One could even see her long curled eyelashes. What is it? It's just, what's your relationship with Sister Lu's exclusive composer? Source, web novel. Updated on EnvGo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 737. 292. Are you going back to Bomjiangjing? Second update. _1 Bai Lian was still examining the atomic arrangements at various temperature points in the simulation process when 5-bar graphs unfolded. She plotted the MSD versus time curve, fitted a straight line, and differentiated a ratio to replace the slope, her brows and eyes still. Why do you ask? You two use the same screen name. Do you know each other? Kong Wei asked earnestly, glancing at Bai Lian's computer. At a glance she saw the bar graphs, the NPT system above with a simulation time of 195 ps written below, followed by the interfacial energy. Her eyes blurred from gazing too hard, and she quickly averted her gaze. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly and said unhurriedly, sort of. Kong Wei had simply blurted out the question on a whim, not expecting to receive such an answer, and realizing she had interrupted Bai Lian's research. She hopped back to her own desk. She exchanged glances with Yu Simin. Sort of, what does that mean? She asked in all sincerity. Sort of know each other? Yu Simin looked at her with frustration. You should have asked whether it's a boy or girl, how old they are this year. Tuesday early morning. Bai Lian finally returned to the Tongfeng class for lessons. Having taken a week off, it had been a long while since the people in the Tongfeng class had laid eyes on her. It was rare for anyone at Jiang University to take time off, let alone an entire week. Gao Yuan and others sat in the middle, and as soon as Bai Lian entered, many eyes fell on her. I heard they had a conflict with Professor Sun's lab members, Wang Shi murmured next to a male student. So Professor Sun filed a report to send them away. By the way, Gao Xiao, do you know which lab they're going to be assigned to? Without looking up, Gao Yuan said indifferently, it should be Professor Zhou's lab. Professor Zhou? Hearing this, Wang Shi lowered his head. Although Zhou Wenqing was their advisor, Everyone in their group came from some background and knew. If a professor had key projects, the school would not assign them to lead freshmen. The only reason Zhou Wenqing was assigned to teach them was that he didn't have any key projects on hand. Labs like that are always of little value. At least our group has Gao Yuan, who goes straight into Dr. Gao's lab. The male student beside Wang Shi sighed again. Wang Shi had always believed his choice was correct. He felt even more certain that leaving Ding Wenyang's group for Gao Yuan's had been a wise move. Compared to them, what seemed even more bizarre was Zhou Wenqing, who, after 4 hours of lecture that morning, waited for Bai Lian at the door. Bai Lian, carrying her canvas bag, handed her card to Tang Ming, asking him to wait for her in the canteen. Almost all the other students had left, and she remained with Zhou Wenqing in the hallway. Bai student, you didn't tell Dean Huang you were going to another group? Zhou Wenqing tapped his fingers on the teaching plan he was holding, speaking earnestly. My lab is quite small, with only 4 members, and we don't have a full range of tools. The members had also been lackadaisical lately. Zhou Wenqing felt he couldn't be much help to Bai Lian and the others. It's fine, Bai Lian said after he finished, lifting her chin slightly, her tone unhurried. You just need to not refuse us. Zhou Wenqing had prepared many arguments to tell her that choosing a good lab was important to them, but looking at Bai Lian's expression now, he said helplessly, I want refuse, but my lab's research topic is quite vague, and most of the 4 members are just coasting through for a degree. I'm afraid it'll impact you. Probably only Zhou Wenqing could admit the mediocre quality of his students. He stood there, watching Bai Lian's retreating figure. He couldn't help but pull out his phone and call his assistant. Help me apply for more palladium with the higher-ups. Zhou Wenqing decided to make an effort. Having newcomers was an excuse. Zhou Wenqing's lab was in the experimental center. Bai Lian and the others headed there straight after lunch. His lab wasn't as large as Sun Fuss, consisting of just one room, where 3 students chatted at the central table. When new students entered, the only female student stood up quickly, tidying her desk. Juniors, welcome. I'm Huyu, and this is the senior brother Lu, and the second senior brother. Huyu, with her short hair and tall figure, was straightforward and efficient. She seemed like the kind of student Zhou Wenqing would take on. Sister Hu, brother Lu, brother Chu. Ding Wenyang and the others greeted obediently. Junior brothers and sisters, add me on WeChat first. Huyu took out her phone for them to scan the QR code. After scanning, she showed them around to the lab equipment. The lab being quite small, one could see everything at a glance. The lab operation manuals are all here. Take a look. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me or the senior brother. Tang Ming took a look around and asked Huyu, Sister Hu, so what tasks do we have today? About that, Huyu exchanged a look with the senior brother. Our teacher's research focus is on superconductors, but we don't have a lot of experimental equipment right now, so our lab isn't busy. You can just familiarize yourselves with the topics. There's no need to help us. If you have any questions, just ask. The new lab was inherently small, and with Bai Lian and the others, it became lively. Tang Ming and Ding Wenyang excitedly studied the machinery. Whenever they encountered something they didn't understand, Huyu and the 2 seniors would patiently explain it to them. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao found a spot and sat down to study Ning Xiao's plasma decomposition. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Huyu and a few others were going to attend an academic lecture. Huyu, sitting across from Bai Lian, rested her chin on the table and asked, Do you guys have any favorite desserts? I'll bring a few extra for you during the tea break. The tea breaks at Jiang University are famous after all. The academic event wasn't exactly in Huyu's field, but the school required attendance, and they were quite willing to go, not so much for the conference, but for the delicious tea break. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming immediately looked up. Taro Xiaobei. A little after 4 o'clock, Huyu returned with Senior Lu and a few others, each holding a paper bag. They placed the fruits and cakes on the long table in the middle and invited the seniors and juniors in the lab to enjoy the afternoon tea. Taro Xiaobei, mousse cake, chocolate cookies, we have it all here. Take whatever you fancy, juniors. Bai Lian was sitting in her spot, having already completed the diagram for Ning Xiao. She was somewhat surprised to see the tea snacks Hu Yu and the others brought back, not expecting them to bring so many. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Tang Ming put down the experimental equipment he was working with. Bai Lian also set aside what she was doing and leisurely took a strawberry, taking a bite. Chatting with Hu Yu, senior sister. Did you say there was a shortage of lab equipment? Not exactly lab equipment. Hu Yu spoke to Bai Lian as it wasn't a secret. Our teacher's research topic is superconductors, and there's a very important metal element in there, palladium. But the annual quota of palladium is limited, and after April, our experiments have hardly progressed. Palladium. Bai Lian finished off the rest of the strawberry. She pulled out a piece of paper from the table and leisurely wiped her hands, deep in thought. Friday afternoon. After hanging out in the lab for a few days, Tang Ming had learned how to operate various pieces of experimental equipment. Like Ning Xiao, he was quite interested in all this. Right now, Senior Lu was discussing previous experimental data with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, and was not at all secretive. He patiently answered any questions they had. Bai Lian saw they were still busy researching, so she didn't wait for them and left the lab by herself. Downstairs at the research center, Jiang Fulai was waiting for her, seeing her come out in a fleece-lined slant-collared outfit, holding a cloak in her hand, too lazy to put it on herself. Aren't you cold? There was heating on in the car. He was just wearing a black sweater, which only made him look even cooler. His left hand resting on the steering wheel, his right hand touching the back of her hand. Good. Her hand was warmer than his. The words that were about to come out of his mouth vanished instantly. On the passenger seat, there was a white milk tea bag. Bai Lian picked up the bag and sat down, leisurely poking a straw in, and took a sip before saying, "Haven't you been drinking your medicine recently?" In the bag, apart from a cup of milk tea, there was also a bright red rose. Bai Lian took out the rose, holding it in her hand. At the lab, I didn't let them bring it in, Jiang Fulai mentioned casually. He had been on a herbal medicine regimen throughout the winter, prescribed by Bai Lian last year. However, in the lab he hadn't allowed the Jiang family to bring it to him, and he had always been quite nonchalant about such things. No one in the Jiang family dared to manage him. Bai Lian's fingertips touched the bright red petals. She glanced at Jiang Fulai without saying a word. Back at Shanghai apartment, Jiang Fulai went to check on Jiang He in room 103, while Bai Lian returned to the study. She placed the flower in a vase. She and Jiang Fulai hadn't been back for a week. The previous flowers had wilted a bit, but the one today was fresh, with a droplet of water sliding down the vibrant petal. She slightly lowered her gaze, looking at the flower for a while, then leaned against the desk, took out her phone, and sent a message to He-Wan. There were many unread messages on the phone. Wang, finish the tally, where should I send it? He was responding to Bai Lian's previous question. Bai Lian knew Wang Yufeng owned a mine, and had inquired about palladium with him after hearing about the lab's shortage. Bai Lian sent over the address of Shanghai apartment. On the other end of the phone, abroad, Wang Yufeng looked at the address. It was Jiangjing. He took out his lighter and lit a cigarette for himself. I'll have a couple of teams send it back. His confidant looked toward Wang Yufeng, aware of the immense value of such a rare metal. Do you have someone to receive it there? Wang Yufeng exhaled a ring of smoke. No, it's not for any business partner, it's for the kids at home. I'll personally take it back. Confidant. Wasn't this, to put it bluntly, going to blow up Jiangjing? Double vote month, guys, to put it bluntly, let's blow up some monthly votes. Source, web novel. Com. Updated on EnvGo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 738. 293 is so much like our ancestor. _1 Shanghai apartment style. After Bai Lian sent out a message, she casually took the wilted roses from the vase as Xiaowu and Mao Kuan arrived. Sun Chun didn't come? Bai Lian pulled out a chair to sit down, leaning back, the dry roses carelessly held in her hand as she idly fiddled with the stems. Xiaoqi showed her the recent business project update. She's at the new store in Sherman District. When Sun Chun first came to Jiangjing, she liked visiting Bai Lian's place quite often, adding various things to it, but in recent months, she hasn't shown much interest in coming to Shanghai apartment. She also frequented bars less often. Her preference shifted to visiting the business project, and occasionally learning some traditional Chinese medicine from Henjiwei. A branch office in Sherman District had just opened, and since Xiaoqi and the rest were preoccupied, Sun Chun temporarily ceased her work in Yinshao District and lately had been spending most of her time in Sherman District, to the point that Xiaoqi hardly saw her. Mao Kuan had Xiaowu follow her, so there was no worry about her encountering any danger. Bai Lian perused the summary report that Xiaoqi had given her, most of which she could hardly understand, but she still got a general idea of the business' recent situation. The business project differentiated itself from other herbal medicine stores in that its major source of products, especially the solid foundation paste, was Xiangqing. Following Xiaoqi's preemptive purchase of medicinal materials with 2 million last year, most farmers now cultivated medicinal herbs this year. Xiangqing was the best place for herbal cultivation, and solid foundation paste was the business signature product. As long as it remained unaffected, even if Luo family tried to suppress it, they couldn't destroy the business in its infancy. After solidifying its position, Xiaoqi then launched acupuncture for myopia, without Lance's knowledge, instantly becoming a sensation online, even though such popularity was fleeting. But the successive day-in acupuncture for myopia check-in videos that continued to trend ensured ongoing attention. Following this, once the efficacy of the acupuncture for myopia was confirmed, there was no fear of being forgotten by the public. Of course, on top of this foundation, there was another vital factor. The endorser for solid foundation paste was Yan Lu. This was also a crucial factor in breaking into first-tier city markets from the lower-tier ones. How are the negotiations with traditional Chinese medicine university going? Bai Lian looked at Xiaoqi. Doctor Hen is discussing with the professors at the school. Xiaoqi sat opposite Bai Lian, his hand resting on the table. There aren't many doctors willing to intern with us, but some senior professors are very interested in Dr. Hen's acupuncture techniques. This wasn't surprising, after all. Medical students preferred to intern at large hospitals, or at least authoritative institutions. The business had only been established for a bit over a year, and lacked professional authority in the field. Bai Lian wasn't surprised. The two discussed some issues about the business, and then Bai Lian brought up the problem with the old bill. Have you thought about finding your biological parents? Xiaoqi's expression was exceptionally calm. It doesn't matter anymore. 103. Shenqing came over early in the morning with groceries. The weekends were always bustling at Shanghai apartment, with Jiang Fulai watching Jiang He solve Olympiad math problems downstairs. Lance was playing Go with Pu Xiaohan. Jianjia had an exam tomorrow, and Ji Heng had specially called him over for dinner. At the moment, he was helping in the kitchen. Chief Chen got off work early today, having just learned a few cooking tricks from Qi Yundai the previous week, and was showing off his skills in the kitchen. Shenqing was examining the blender next to her, surrounded by a variety of fruits, researching how to make juice. When Bai Lian came down, Jiang Fulai was maintaining a cold expression towards Jiang He. Lance and Pu Xiaohan had moved their small table 2 meters away, to keep a distance from the two. Jiang He sat at the dining table, his feet 20 centimeters off the ground, his right hand holding a pen, and his left pressing down a test paper. Jiang Fulai sat beside him, his elbow on the table, slender fingertips holding a phone, his sharp eyes slightly askew. An answer that one knows with a mere glance. Standing beside Jiang He, Bai Lian looked down and saw that he was stuck on the last question about thought expansion in the Olympiad math paper. Jiang He was sensitive to numbers, having mastered elementary math many years ago, and was now tackling middle school Olympiad questions. Even though they were middle school problems, they held little challenge for Jiang Fulai. Asking him to explain middle school level thinking was no different than asking him, what's 1 plus 1? It wasn't just Jiang Fulai. Upon first glance at the question, Bai Lian also intuitively thought of the answer. Bai Lian spoke calmly. Jiang Xiaoniao, wait for your brother Zhang to come back and have him explain it to you. She turned around, leaving Jiang He in Jiang Fulai's care, and headed to the kitchen to find Chief Chen. Chief Chen was Chop, slicing potatoes into thin strips. Miss Bai. He paused his knife work to greet her when he saw her entering. Bai Lian nodded slightly and reached out to help him wash the vegetables. Can I take another look at Zhou Jian's file from Xiangqing? Source web novel. Chapter 739. 293 is so much like our ancestor. _2 The transaction records from Bacter Street have come through, listing Zhou Jian as one of the tradespeople. It's hard to account for transactions from over a decade ago. But because Zhou Jian frequently dealt with buyers, he remembers clearly that one of the buyers was Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian. It took Director Chen a while to recall who this person was. Zhou Jian, the man who nearly caused Su En to suffer brain death, Ren Qian's secretary. Zhou Jian's file is at the Xiangqing branch, said Director Chen, who was also promoted straight to Jiangjing from Xiangqing. A lot of people in Xiangqing remembered his kindness. I'll ask them to find the file and scan it over tonight, and find a time for Sun Fei to take you directly to the system at the Yunshao branch. It's not advisable to send internal materials from Xiangqing over carelessly. Gao family, study room. Gao Yi was talking to Mu Yujun. You haven't seen her yet? Mu Yujun placed the teacup beside him. She hasn't returned to the Mu family, let alone me. Even Yining seldom sees her. Forget it, no need to bother. Gao Yi said no more and took the teacup, lowering his gaze to take a sip of tea. After she had left, Gao Yi turned to Gao Jiechen. You know that Professor Ma's laboratory is looking for an undergraduate, right? This could be a breakthrough for Gao Yuan. Dad, don't worry, I'm guiding my cousin in the core research, Gao Jiechen said, with his whole team now working for Gao Yuan. This year, both Liang Wuyu and Bai Lian are strong competitors. Which team are they in now? Zhou Wenqing's team, I checked. They are researching superconductors, but after 3 years, the project has made little progress, Gao Jiechen informed Gao Yi. Gao Yi slowly set down his teacup. No progress in 3 years. What are they doing with so much scientific research funding every year? Make them deliver results this year, or there's no point in continuing this project. Saturday. The National Graduate Student Entrance Examination begins. This year, Su Wenyao and Jianzhou are both participating in the big test. Jiangjing doesn't get much rain or snow, but the cold is particularly biting. All the lakes in Jiangjing are frozen. Today Ji Heng and Director Chen are ice fishing at Jiayu Lake. Pu Xiaohan wants to check in at the ancient buildings of Jiangjing. Lian, will you join me? Just wear what you have. I'll take a few shots of your silhouette for my new concept, a collision of ancient and modern. Sister Lu hasn't returned to Jiangjing, otherwise, I could ask her too. Of course, Pu Xiaohan's first choice was always Bai Lian. Bai Lian was reading documents in the study room, and without giving it much thought, joined Pu Xiaohan. She has never refused people like Pu Xiaohan. Ming Dongheng stayed in Shanghai apartment. As soon as Bai Lian and the others left, he followed discreetly in a private car far behind them. Although Bai Lian's skills meant there was no need to worry. Every city's ancient architecture is somewhat similar. Bai Lian toured with Pu Xiaohan, indifferent and casual. Not until they walked further down the path, and Pu Xiaohan set down her camera, pointing to the sign on the left, did she say, Bai Zongyi's tomb is just ahead. At these words, Bai Lian felt a trace of distraction. It was only 10 in the morning, the cold light falling in front of her, making her vision seem somewhat blurred. She could only vaguely make out the ancient sandalwood sign ahead, inscribed with the white characters, Tomb of Bai Zhongyu. The people and sounds around her seemed to blur into obscurity. She was resigned to facing her own tomb, but at the sight of the characters for Bai Zongyi's tomb, it was as though an invisible hand gripped her heart tightly. Pu Xiaohan continued to marvel to Bai Lian that the people of Xiangqing had always had a special affection for the Bai family, and she knew that Bai Lian shared the same faith as the people of Xiangqing. This wasn't her first visit to Bai Zongyi's tomb. After a couple of sentences, she realized that Bai Lian had been silent the whole time. Surprised, Pu Xiaohan tilted her head, finding Bai Lian beside her staring fixedly at the sign. From this angle, all she could see was Bai Lian's fair profile, her dark hair half up and draping over her shoulders, her black eyes heavy with mist. Bai Lian was wearing a snowy white cloak today, her head slightly raised to look at the sign, the peony on her white jade hairpin swaying gently with the wind. Her skirt and cloak fluttered in the breeze. Pavilions and towers. The young woman with her hair half up seemed to be on a different layer from the people at the scene, as though she had traversed from the ancient primordial past. Most of the passing tourists couldn't help but stop to gaze at her. Street photographers captured the moment without hesitation. Lian, realizing the crowd was growing, Pu Xiaohan snapped back to the present and tugged on Bai Lian's cloak. Let's go ahead first. Pu Xiaohan was familiar with the place and had been here before. Holding incense in her hand, she led Bai Lian to Bai Zongyi's tomb. Source web novel. Com. Updated on InvGo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 740. 293 is so much like our ancestor. _3 When Bai Zhongyu died, like Bai Li, he left no body behind. Lady Bai erected a cenotaph for him, so the grave was not large, and it was fenced off by people from the tourist area. Bai Lian followed behind Pu Xiaohan, looking at the cenotaph here. The previous group had just finished paying homage to Bai Zhongyu. There were many things stuffed in front of Bai Zongyi's tomb by young people, including short swords, toy guns, newspapers, as well as chocolates and lollipops. There was also a bunch of poppies, the Bai family's representative bouquet, parked to the side. After paying her respects, Pu Xiaohan saw that Bai Lian was still standing in front of the tomb. Thinking it was Bai Lian's first visit, she did not disturb her and spoke with the people managing the cemetery instead, asking how often they cleared the offerings. Bai Lian, holding a lit incense stick, looked at the numbers carved on the headstone before speaking. You see, in the end, Chen Yi and the others survived, and I am also doing quite well. Bai Lian took out her phone, which had a photo of Jiang Suyi's grave site. After flipping to that photo and contemplating for a long time, she still did not display the picture. I saw the third princess, she's doing quite well too. Jiang Suyi was 2 years younger than Bai Zhongyu. When she was younger, due to poor health, she was sent by Emperor Jiang to Bai Li to learn spear fighting for a while, and she had known Bai Zhongyu since childhood. However, after Bai Li died on the battlefield, and Bai Zhongyu went far away to Xiangqing, the two never saw each other again. The night before Jiang Suyi was sent off for a diplomatic marriage by Emperor Jiang, Bai Lian secretly climbed into Jiang Suyi's palace to ask her if she wanted to escape. She remembered how her father died trapped on the battlefield without reinforcements. She remembered how Bai Zhongyu gave up the pen to join the military and went to Xiangqing. She remembered how the third princess died on the plains, unable to wait for her brother to come back and pacify the grasslands. Only when Xiangqing could no longer hold out, and she was left alone in Xiangqing, could she understand Jiang Suyi's thoughts. Jiang Suyi did not leave. She had no choice, as it was an imperial command she could not defy. But it was also for the common people. She was Jiang Suyi, and she was also the third princess. When Chen Beixian arrived at Bai Zongyi's tomb, wearing a military coat and black leather ankle boots, carrying a bouquet of sunflowers, what she saw was just such a scene. The girl wrapped in a white cloak, holding a cell phone standing in front of Bai Zongyi's tomb. The way she lowered her eyes, she looked extremely similar to the only painting worshipped in the Chen family ancestral shrine. Chen Beixian felt a bit dazed. Bai Lian placed the incense stick in the nearby censer, and then put away her phone and turned around, her gaze meeting the woman holding the sunflowers and staring at her. She gave the woman a slight nod. She then stepped away. After the person left, Chen Beixian finally came to her senses, withdrew her gaze, placed the sunflowers in front of the tomb, and offered incense to her ancestors, praying for their blessings. Shanghai apartment. It was already evening when Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan returned. Ji Heng and Director Chen's group caught a bountiful haul ice fishing today, so they specially called Su Wenyao and Jianjia over for dinner. Jiang Fulai wouldn't be back until late tonight, and would miss dinner. At the dinner table, Jianzhe and Su Wenyao were discussing this year's postgraduate entrance exam questions, one humanities and the other science. Although the questions were different, their moods were similar. Bai Lian was very quiet today, her expression listless. She went back upstairs after eating. Dean Jian's eyes had been following Bai Lian the entire time. He perfunctorily responded to Jianzhe and, after seeing Bai Lian go upstairs, quickly finished his meal, put down his chopsticks, and headed to room 303 to find her. He had come to Shanghai apartment on Tuesday to wait for her, but she had been at school all week and he had not seen her. In room 303, the door to the study was ajar. Dean Jian knocked on the door, waiting for a response from inside before pushing it open and entering. Inside the study, Bai Lian was dressed in a white home outfit, lounging by the window. A cigarette was delicately trapped between her cold, pale fingers as she carelessly exhaled a thin layer of smoke, her wrist lazily resting on the windowsill. The window was half open, allowing the cold wind to disperse the smoke. Dean Jian was startled. In his eyes, Bai Lian was always a well-behaved student, polite and reserved, dignified. Seeing Bai Lian like this suddenly, he was stunned for a few seconds before he could react. Dean Jian, Bai Lian slightly tilted her head, raised her eyebrows. Is there something you need? Yes. Dean Jian withdrew his gaze from the cigarette in her hand and simply said, I wanted to talk to you about something. I mentioned before about an old friend who wants to meet you. Besides, he's also thinking about adopting you as his goddaughter. What do you think? Source: web novel. Com. Updated on InvGo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 741. 294. How much do you want? Is 100 Jin enough? Second update. _1 adopted daughter? Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Why is there another one looking to adopt a daughter? Who is it? Bai Lian flicked the ash off her cigarette lazily, and turned her head to look at the director of the institute. The director did not conceal the truth. The elder from the Chun family. You probably don't know him. He was sitting in the audience last time watching you. And he's also the old friend whom I mentioned I wanted to introduce to you. The Chun family? Bai Lian propped her hands behind her on the windowsill. Which Chun? Their Chun family, the director's voice lowered as he spoke, with a hint of wariness and a sigh. A family line that has been handed down for thousands of years. Their ancestor is General Chun Yi. Ah, Bai Lian bit on her cigarette, the smile on her face enigmatic. Chun Yi, huh? Her tone was so casual, as if she were talking about the Wangs next door. The director. Yes, General Chun Yi, the director slowly explained to Bai Lian. You should think this over carefully. It's not as simple as just writing a song. This is very important for you. Becoming the adopted daughter of old Master Qin without saying anything else, with that status, she could walk sideways in Jiangjing without any problems. That won't be necessary. Bai Lian shifted her gaze back inside, looking at the sunroom below, and spoke unhurriedly. I'm not afraid he'll dream about his ancestor coming after him at night. The last sentence was said quietly. The director didn't catch it. What did you say? I said, tell him to save it. Bai Lian stubbed out her cigarette and opened the window a bit wider. Her smile nonchalant. Don't overthink it. Jiang Fulai's laboratory. He stood before a large screen, removing the black pen clipped to the lapel of his white lab coat, and used the tip of the pen to point at the engine simulation of the flight vehicle on the screen. The image showed the engine propelling an energy body that diffused in all directions. Standing there, his posture rigid, his eyes, under the glasses, were chilly, his eyelashes slightly lowered. Inside the conference room, all the team members and professors were silent, just quietly watching the big screen. After the presentation, he capped the pen and inside the conference room, most professors discussed the engine they had just seen. Some didn't catch the key points during the meeting and dared not ask Jiang Fulai. Only he followed Jiang Fulai with his notebook in hand. Mr. Jiang, I had them send dinner to the break room just now. Jiang Fulai walked towards the laboratory, clipping the pen back onto his chest and smoothing out any wrinkles on his clothing. Regarding the turbulent chaos system I just mentioned, how much did you understand? I recorded it. Hewen pulled out his voice recorder. Jiang Fulai glanced at him, seemed about to say something, but in the end only acknowledged with a detached and looked away. After returning to Jiangjing, he handed over the dark matter work to the person in charge. He had been involved with the Ma Institute in the research for the Mars rover, and to have a holiday over the New Year, he often stayed until late in the laboratory these days. Hewen silently touched his nose. He wasn't like Jiang Fulai, who could remember every word after hearing it once. Holding the recorder, he went to the external public break room, opened the cupboard to get his phone, and while eating his boxed meal, he sent a message to Bai Lian. Inside, Jiang Fulai was still analyzing data. Next to him, a team member with paper and pen listened and cautiously wrote down the issues mentioned by Jiang Fulai. The cell phone in his pocket lit up. He was the founder of the laboratory and, like an academician at the Ma Institute, could bring his cell phone into the lab. Eat just 2 words, not even a punctuation mark. Jiang Fulai stared at the 2 words for a long while silent. Beside him, a team member's hand trembled slightly, risking a glance up at Jiang Fulai's indifferent profile, worried they hadn't just spouted some foolish theory. Then Jiang Fulai spoke up, putting away his pen. Let's stop here. After he finished, he put away his phone and returned to his break room. Inside, the base staff had already set up his meal. His dinner was the same standard meal provided by the base as usual. But apart from the meal, there was also a white cup. He opened it and saw that it contained his medicine. Outside, a team member, holding a meal, sat across from Hewen, still shaken. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I thought I made a huge mistake with my data, you know. And then he just tells us to go eat. There was even a bit of gentleness. Okay, I admit it's a bit too much to describe young Master Jiang as gentle as spring rain, but you get what I'm trying to say, right? Hewen finished the last bite of his meal calmly. I get it, but that's nothing. Monday. The Tongfeng class still had a 4-hour mechanics lecture in the morning. At noon, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao met up with a few others and went to the laboratory. As they arrived at the lab, they found Hu Yu and the others unusually quiet. Hu Yu, sitting to the side, had the teaching assistant gesture to them with a wait a moment sign. From inside the lab's office came the faint sound of voices. Bai Lian took off her cloak, not intending to eavesdrop on Zhou Wenqing's conversation with others, but because Zhou Wenqing's voice was somewhat agitated, she ended up overhearing. Director, never mind that we haven't been able to get materials for 6 months. Now we have new students here. Zhou Wenqing sounded very angry. And at this time, you want us to hand over research results. Do you think that's reasonable? The voice inside was also helpless. It's not about being reasonable. Your project has been without results for a long time, and there's talk of shutting down your group. I'll sign the contract first, and we'll talk about the rest at the end of the year. I'm not signing any damn contract if we don't even have the materials. What are we supposed to develop? Zhou Wenqing couldn't help but let out a curse. Tang Ming also faintly heard a bit of the conversation. He scratched the back of his head and asked Hu Yu, Sister Hu, what are Zhou's team arguing about? It's about our lab, Hu Yu frowned. We're supposed to be developing semiconductors and superconductors, and a part of it involves industrial materials. Today, the director came over to say we need certain research results by the end of the year. If things go badly, our lab might get handed over to someone else, and it could have a big impact on the teachers too. Tang Ming was taken aback. He had a strange feeling inside, as if wherever he went, something went wrong in that lab. What's Zhou going to do? I don't know. Lu Shixiang put down the data he was holding. For a moment, no one in the office felt like continuing to look at the data. Bai Lian listened in from the side, looking at the door of the inside office. Inside the office, the director was trying to persuade in a good-natured voice. Think positively. If you produce results by the year's end, you'll have a clear path ahead. The position for deputy dean is still open. Think about it. If you succeed, it might be yours. You guys sure know how to put it straightforwardly. Without materials, what results can we have? Can you guarantee enough materials for me? Zhou Wenqing was laughingly angry. I have 4 students under me and 10 interns. What are you going to have them do? Seeing that Zhou Wenqing could not be swayed, the director lost patience. He simply put down the papers, pulled open the door and walked out. This is an order from above. You're supposed to sign it no matter what. A bunch of students inside the lab watched the director leave, and the director didn't look at anyone as he left with an upset expression. Bang! The door to the lab was closed. The teaching assistant hurried in to check on Zhou Wenqing. Ding Wenyang, Tang Ming, and the others looked at each other, almost all turning to Bai Lian. What do we do now? Bai Lian took off her cloak without a word, just poured a cup of tea, knocked on the door, and entered Zhou Wenqing's office. Inside the office, Zhou Wenqing's desk was in disarray, and the teaching assistant was comforting him. By student, Zhou Wenqing looked at Bai Lian's calm face and pressed his brow. You're just in time. I think you should talk to Dean Huang and consider moving to another lab. Bai Lian didn't respond to that, but instead bent down to place a disposable cup in front of Zhou Wenqing and said unhurriedly, It's okay. You drink some tea first and calm down. I just want to ask you one question. Zhou Wenqing picked up the disposable cup. The water was cool, and having drunk it, he sobered up a bit. Go ahead. How far have you gotten with the research? Bai Lian took out her phone, glanced at the message on it, then gripped the phone in her hand. Is it possible to complete this project? Zhou Wenqing put down the cup and leaned back. It shouldn't have taken 4 years in the first place. We have been waiting for materials for over 2 years. The teaching assistant listened to the side, looking to Bai Lian to add, By student, the biggest problem here is that we don't have enough palladium. Otherwise, Zhou wouldn't be so troubled. Then I think we might not need to change labs, Bai Lian said, lightly tapping her phone, her expression still serene. Zhou Wenqing was taken aback and looked up. Bai Lian wasn't exactly clear on how much they needed but lazily asked, Zhou, how much do you need? Is 100 pounds enough? Source web novel. Com updated on InvGo. Co if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 742, 295 Labs Golden Thigh. _1 Zhou Wenqing had been researching this project for several years. Most domestic laboratories focus their superconductivity research on nickel, with few studies on palladium. Zhou Wenqing's team's simulated calculation results had already predicted this possibility. But palladium is a precious metal, and the experiment team's annual usage is regulated. Jiang University's resources have always been among the best in domestic institutions, generously supporting various laboratories. Even palladium is allocated to them each year, but this was far from sufficient for Zhou Wenqing. Every year he would go to Dean Huang to complain in order to ensure his team members graduated smoothly. However, metals have always been scarce domestically, and resources are limited. Zhou Wenqing knew that even the university president was helpless in this situation. They measured palladium usage by the gram. This was the first time someone had discussed with him using gene, caddy. It was akin to an ordinary person hearing about 1,000 gene of gold. Zhou Wenqing doubted his ears. By student, what did you say? Bai Lian's relationship with Wang Yufeng was special, not only because of the life-saving incident that night, but also because of Wang's grandmother's companionship and assistance in her later years. And as for Ning Xiao, there was no need to mention. Debts of gratitude are difficult to repay. Palladium purification was no easy task. This was Bai Lian's first time making an inquiry. Wang Yufeng didn't have much stock on hand, so he mobilized warehouses from various locations to procure this quantity for Bai Lian. How much do you approximately need? Bai Lian realized that 100 gene was a bit too much. She gave it some thought and, tapping on her phone, calmly explained, I have an uncle who specializes in this business, and he can invest in our laboratory. Roughly. Zhou Wenqing came back to his senses and said a number he thought was preposterous. 30 gene? Bai Lian nodded. Okay, I'll arrange for you, it should arrive in a few days. Zhou Wenqing watched Bai Lian leaving the office, then picked up the cup in his hand. He silently withdrew the kilograms he intended to say. Bai Lian preferred to describe it in traditional jin, while Zhou Wenqing preferred the scientific gram. 3,000 grams, which was roughly what he applied for from the school every year. The door closed. On the side, the assistant heard the 30 jin from Bai Lian's mouth, which was 30 jin of the experimental material palladium, not 30 jin of cabbage. The office ambience, which had been very tense just a second ago, now took on a fantastical air. The assistant watched Bai Lian's figure. He had heard of Bai Lian through working with Zhou Wenqing for Tongfeng. This year's freshman, good-looking, with exceptional thinking. Even Liang Wuyu from the same cohort had been defeated by her, and her fiery forum posts on the university town's forums could be seen from time to time. Her popularity was such that in recent years, it seemed only he one might compare with her. Teacher. The assistant averted his gaze from Bai Lian's figure, looking rather dazed. Bai student said her uncle is sponsoring 30 jin of palladium. I didn't hear wrong, did I? I heard it too. The assistant fell silent for a while, then bent down to pick up the contract Zhou Wenqing had thrown on the floor, dusting off the dust on it with his hand. Teacher, what should we do about this? Seeing the contract again, Zhou Wenqing wasn't as bitterly angry. For years of research, constrained by materials, his laboratory was already struggling. If other students told him about 30 jin, Zhou Wenqing might just laugh it off, but Bai Lian, he always felt that Bai Lian was not like the other students of the Tongfeng class. She respected him, but her gaze did not hold the same reverence as Ning Xiao and the others, so Zhou Wenqing always addressed her as Bai student, and not Bai Lian. Go to Dean Huang. Zhou Wenqing took the document, his voice grave. I want to make it clear. Are they willing to gamble with the students' futures? That last statement was a bit heavy. The assistant didn't dare to respond. Outside, Hu Yu and several senior students watched the office while unconsciously shuffling the papers in their hands. Seeing Bai Lian come out, Hu Yu hurriedly asked with her eyes, how did it go? Zhou Wenqing was easy to speak with. They didn't have the courage like Bai Lian to go in at this time. Not bad. Bai Lian sat down next to Hu Yu and opened her laptop. Hu Yu turned her gaze away from the office, sighed, and leaned on the table. When idle, her gaze shifted to Bai Lian's laptop. Junior, your computer boots up really fast. Seeing the MSD fitting curve at a glance, Hu Yu was stunned, then covered her mouth, muttering to herself. Junior, I finally understand why the teacher always scolds us for being fools. After correcting the graph, Bai Lian packed the file and sent it to Ning Xiao. Source, web novel. Updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 743. 295 Labs Golden Thigh. _2 She immediately opened the mixing software Dean Jian had sent her, and put on her headphones. Today Zhou Wenqing didn't have time to oversee them, so she took the opportunity to listen to Dean Jian's tuning. Hu Yu looked at the software, which went from simulating components to a black and white page that seemed to be an audio page, which she did not recognize. What is this? She asked, pointing at Bai Lian's computer. It's for listening to music, Bai Lian said, seeing that Hu Yu was also free, and handed her the other headphone. Hu Yu had her mind on Zhou Wenqing's matters, and wasn't in the mood to listen to music. However, since Bai Lian offered it to her, she still took it and casually placed it in her ear. Hu Yu wasn't much of a fan anymore. Although she was somewhat out of it compared to others, her time was still fragmented during her graduate studies, so she rarely had time to listen to music or watch dramas. The music in the headphones was a classical melody she had never heard before. A very beautiful melody. Just by listening to the music, one could ride across the Jianghu, experiencing joy, enmity, and eventually, a poignant retreat from the world. Hu Yu had never studied music, and her sense of music was so. She couldn't make out the details and tilted her head to ask Bai Lian, "What instrument is this? It sounds so good." For a moment, her ears were filled with nothing but music. She momentarily forgot about the major incident that had just happened in the laboratory. Kong Ho Xiao Yang Qin Eru, Bai Lian said, her pale fingertips tapping on the table, tilting her head slowly as she spoke to Huyu. And there's a guzheng solo coming up later. Huyu had heard of these instruments, but she did not know what they sounded like. It was the first time Huyu had heard such beautiful music and sound quality. She asked Bai Lian the name of the song. Bai Lian didn't know the name of the song either. This was a new song that emerged spontaneously after Dean Jian had finished composing Blossoms on the Tree with her, the lyrics which Bai Lian hadn't written yet, so she didn't know either. She crossed her arms, leaning lazily against the back of the chair, tilting her head. Senior sister, do you have any thoughts after listening? After listening, I feel like sailing the high seas. Huyu sighed lightly, normally indifferent to worldly matters, happy even when called to fill a headcount for academics because she could enjoy the tea break, but now she felt a rare sense of sadness. I don't know if the eldest apprentice brother can graduate next year. Only after coming to do her postgraduate studies did Huyu realize that academia was not so pure either. Once it involved interests, everything became very complicated. He will, Bai Lian interjected. On the other side, Ding Wenyang was making a fuss, calling her sister Bai because the voltage he set wasn't right, leading to a disagreement with Tang Ming. Bai Lian went over to take a look. Behind her, Huyu saw that Bai Lian hadn't mentioned the name of the song in the end, and observed her assisting Ding Wenyang with the testing of data, so she didn't disturb Bai Lian and opened the Songhound app. Can't recognize it? Huyu stared at the app, then gave it a 2-star rating. In Sherman District, Xiankong Pharmacy, with 2 storefronts, the number of people making reservations for acupuncture and lining up for it was quite large. Su Wenyao arrived early in the afternoon. Sun Chun wore a white lab coat, holding a needle pack in her hand. Her appearance not as bright as in the bar, only her eyes still enchanting. Her hair entirely tied up. I haven't learned for long from the teacher. Are you sure you want me to do it? She pulled out a silver needle shimmering with a silver light. Su Wenyao was quite elegant. He was still holding a paper full of foreign text, took off his black coat, and sat down opposite her, gesturing for her to go ahead with the acupuncture without minding him. Sun Chun didn't speak further, swiftly finished applying the needles on him. She used her left hand. After applying the needles, she packed away her needle pack and went to the back to prepare medicine for others, while Xiaowu, who was squatting in the corner playing games, timely looked up. How does he know you're here? Strange. Sun Chun's whereabouts at Qinglong Bar were never made public. Sun Chun pulled open a drawer and grabbed a few qian of Baiji, student from Jiang University. The bar's few waiters are enough for him to get information from. People like Su Wenyao and Bai Lian could casually turn a few corners and get the news they wanted. And on top of that, people would even help them count the money after being sold out. Xiaowu hadn't been to school for more than a few days, and didn't quite understand. Sun Chun glanced at him. After the new year, you should go to school too. I want. Xiaowu quickly stood up and went to the back to help with unloading goods, protesting. At my age, studying with a bunch of junior high students would be too damaging to the reputation of fifth master. He made up an excuse to slip away to help with the unloading, then remembered he hadn't heard about Sun Chun attending school either. Yet he thought she was very capable. She could do calculations, was artistic, and could also mix drinks. Doctor He even said she learned acupuncture very quickly, and that she could get certified if she took the exam. Xiao was halfway through moving things when he got a call. He came in looking serious at Sun Chun. Pack up and go back to the bar, the boss is here. Source web novel. Com. Updated on InvGo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 744. 295 Labs Golden Thigh. _3 Their top boss, Wang Yufeng. Not to mention Xiaowu, even Mao Kuan dreaded him. Su Chun quickly set aside what she was busy with and asked Hen Jiwei to check on Su Wenyao's status. Su Wenyao looked at her and asked, "Do you desperately need money?" "I have to make money for the boss." Su Chun picked up her cotton coat and glanced back at her. But when it comes to money, who doesn't like it? She left. Su Wenyao needed to remove his for early, as he was considered by Lian's brother. Hen Jiwei had heard about him from Xiaowu, and was also very polite toward Su Wenyao. He drove back to the Su family mansion after removing the four. He played with Su Siki in the living room for a while. He had just finished his graduate examinations, and needed to start preparing the application materials for the follow-up interviews in a couple of days. Old Madame Su spoke with him for a while, her fingers rolling a string of Buddha beads in her hand. She had lately been thriving and was more spirited than ever. I had your aunt arrange a dinner with a few professors. Have you decided whose research team you want to join? I have some thoughts, Su Wenyao said. Leaning on a nearby table and slowly twirling a rattledrum, his demeanor relaxed. If you had gone with the Qi family at that time. Old Madame Su began but didn't finish, recalling something. Your father is dining with an old classmate tonight. You've heard of his daughter Su Yajun. Now, the Su family was gaining more influence in Yunxiao district, making old Madame Su stand tall and confident in the presence of the Qi family. Qi Shuyan was no longer her only choice. Her sights began to shift towards other eligible young women. Su Wenyao never argued with old Madame Su about such matters, and went upstairs to tidy up in the study. Wenyao. Old Madame Su watched his retreating figure as he ascended the stairs. Are you still entangled with that bar girl? Su Wenyao didn't respond to her. Old Madame Su gazed at his departing back, her expression profound. Old Madame, the butler tucked Su Siki in with a blanket. The young master always has his own thoughts. You needn't worry too much about him. Butler Su, the old lady lowered her gaze, her hands idly twisting the Buddha beads. She spoke slowly. Arrange a meeting with that woman for me. 29 Tall Street. The Su family dinner time. Old Master Su put down his chopsticks and accepted the cup of green tea handed to him by the servant, looking at Su Jiueming. I heard there was some unrest in Jiangjing today? Su Jiueming glanced at Su Jueling and Su Nanjing at the dining table, and replied without much emotion. Jiangjing has been quite lively recently. Even old Chen has been stirred up. He stepped out the Chen family's doors 4 times in just a few days. They discussed the latest happenings in Jiangjing. What about the Mu family? I heard that their old man has made an appearance. Old Master Su said slowly. Su Jiueming didn't pay much attention. What can they accomplish anyway? After dinner, Su Jini walked alongside Su Jiueming, inquiring whether they should court favor with the Mu family. I heard the Mu family has ties to the Jiang family. But such rumors, no one dares to spread casually. How could that be? You see, even the Gao family isn't taking it to heart. What connection could the Mu family have with them? Su Jiueming thought it was a smokescreen. Mu Qiong is gone, the Mu family poses no threat now. With that time, had rather strengthened communications with the Ming family and the Lung family. In the meantime, Su Jueling and the others returned to the courtyard, and he then asked Su Nanjing, "What's with your uncle being so secretive?" Su Nanjing was acquainted with Chen Beixian and Jiang Shijue. He was more in the loop than his father. Today, it seems someone arrived in Jiangjing. Su Nanjing knew only so much. I heard from Sister Beixian that the visitor is a high-ranking member of the Dawson family. The Dawson family, the behind-the-scenes owners of the Azure Dragon Bar and proprietors of the auction house. Who exactly had come, the Chen family hadn't found out yet. But without exception, even the Chen family wanted a partnership with them. No wonder he's being so secretive, Su Jueling contemplated. Su Jini and their group are chummy with the Azure Dragon Bar. Beijing is indeed lively recently. What about the Mu family? Regarding this, Su Nanjing said without a change in expression. Take the opportunity to have tea with President Mu more often. While the two of them were discussing serious matters, Gao Yin wasn't listening. She was on the side, discussing with the Su family's butler about picking a day with good weather for Bai Lian and Gao Shu to visit the Su family and appreciate the plum blossoms, and to arrange the desserts for the occasion. Wednesday, after morning classes ended, Bai Lian didn't go to the cafeteria to eat, but instead left Jiangjing University. An hour later, at Qinglong Bar. At this time, the bar hadn't opened for business yet. Quite a few people were loitering at the entrance. Bai Lian got out of the car, wearing a black cloak and entered through the front door. By her side, a young man who wanted to remind her that the bar wasn't open at noon was startled to see a manager-looking person respectfully coming out to welcome Bai Lian. He ended up looking up at the enormous sign of Qinglong Bar, extremely shocked. That's right. Qinglong Bar. Who is this girl? 20 minutes later, Bai Lian came out with a canvas bag in hand. Yinxiao District has always been the economic center. Today is Wednesday. Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min were in the same class, and they only had classes in the latter half of the afternoon. The two of them came to Yinxiao District's Chamber of Commerce at noon, as this year Yinxiao District's Chamber of Commerce was holding a wine reception. Both of them refused help from their families, and used their own connections to get into this reception. In the car, after having food with Bai Xiaoqi, Song Min started the car, and then saw Bai Lian across at the bus stop. He paused for a moment. Bai Xiaoqi's gaze also fell on Bai Lian. Bai Lian was looking down at something in her hand, holding an inconspicuous canvas bag that looked a bit like it belonged to a student. Bai Xiaoqi paused slightly. What is she doing here? Having started a business with Song Min, and achieving quite some success, she rarely paid attention to Bai Lian anymore, as their paths had diverged. The two sat in the car while Bai Lian waited for the bus. Bai Xiaoqi didn't understand. Isn't it said that her stepfather is quite rich? Why doesn't he buy her a car for commuting? Song Min was messaging the student council president, wishing to leverage a connection with a finance professor for a collaboration. By the time he looked up again, Bai Lian had already boarded the bus. When Bai Lian returned to the lab, Huyu was teaching Su Zhiyue how to operate the experimental equipment. Inside the lab, even Ding Wenyang didn't speak today. Where's Professor Zhou? She asked as she untied her cloak's fastening and pulled it off. Huyu turned her head and replied. In the dean's office, discussing yesterday's incident. Hey junior sister, she said, her eyes landing on Bai Lian's hand. The contents of the canvas bag seemed heavy, with the strap taut and the square outline of something dense inside making it look quite weighty. But, when held by Bai Lian, it appeared as if she was carrying it effortlessly. She casually hooked it with 2 fingers, as though it was just a bag of feathers. What's that? Huyu asked out of curiosity. Bai Lian casually placed the cloak on the table, pulled out a chair to sit down, and began checking her phone for a message from Sun Fei. Miss Bai, do you have time to come to the police station recently? The documents have been sent over. As she replied to Sun Fei, she handed the canvas bag to Huyu. Palladium. Source web novel. Com, updated on InvGo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745, 296 Lying to Win. Jiang Shijua _1 Bai Lian sat on the chair, passing something with her left hand to the side while her other hand continued to respond to Sun Fei's messages. She did it with ease and casualness. Even though Huyu felt it should be quite heavy, she used both hands to receive Bai Lian's canvas bag. But the moment she took hold of it, she underestimated its weight, and the overbearing palladium gold made her involuntarily stumble forward. Bai Lian's head did not lift, yet her hand accurately supported the bag. Senior sister, be careful. Once she steadied herself, Bai Lian raised her eyebrows and eyes, holding her phone, shedding her lethargy, her beautiful brows and eyes revealing a sharp edge. Huyu found it somewhat dazzling. After steadying herself, she gripped the bag with both hands and placed it on the table. She unzipped it and asked about the song from yesterday. I couldn't find that song even with a different software. As for the palladium mentioned by Bai Lian, Huyu didn't really pay attention. It hasn't been released yet and will take some time. Bai Lian stood up again. Senior sister, you keep these for now. I might need to take another leave this afternoon. She needed to make another trip to Yinxiao District. Oh sure, it's fine. The teachers don't have much going on anyway. While Huyu pondered how she got a demo if it hadn't been released yet, she was startled by the contents of the open bag the next second. Inside were several dozen chicken egg-sized silver-white metal squares. The front was engraved with numbers and letters, 46 Palladium 106. 42 Having dealt with palladium gold for the past 2 years, Hu Yu recognized at a glance what it was. After realizing it, she quickly closed the canvas bag, concealing the palladium gold inside. Palladium gold? This is real. This was the most palladium gold Hu Yu had ever seen in the laboratory at one time. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions together, these pieces of palladium gold were more extravagant than gold itself. When their laboratory obtained a kilogram, they treated it as if it were the god of wealth, let alone now with such a large bag. Senior. Hu Yu leaned on the table and looked up to find Bai Lian, but Bai Lian had already left the room. Senior brother. Now knowing what was in the bag was palladium, Hu Yu easily lifted the 30 pounds of palladium and handed it to Lu Yu, the senior brother. She earnestly instructed. This is palladium. Take good care of it while I go and fetch the teacher back. The dean's office at Huang Institute. Zhou Wenqing was in the midst of a heated debate with the department head. Lu Yu is still an excellent graduate of the physics college. Dean Lin, are you making my 4 students take the fall? How did this turn into a matter of taking the fall? The department head looked towards the dean. Dean Huang, you tell us, we have been assigned a task from above, and this project has been at a standstill for so long. Stop talking crap. Zhou Wenqing scoffed. If you gave us 10 pounds of materials every year, I would have produced the materials for you last year. Dean Zhou. Dean Lin pushed up his glasses, equally frustrated. Every ounce of this rare precious metal is precious. Even Ma Institute's laboratory might not have enough to use. Where should we apply for more? Outside, Hu Yu had the teaching assistant pass a message to Zhou Wenqing. The teaching assistant hesitated at the door before entering. Professor Zhou, Hu Yu asked you to return to the laboratory first. She has something important to tell you. Zhou Wenqing hadn't reached a conclusion in his argument with Dean Lin, and didn't want to give in easily, but the assistant's voice softened. Hu Yu said Bai Lian brought palladium back, it's in the lab. Zhou Wenqing's curse was caught in his throat as he slowly turned his head. Thinking of 30 pounds, he didn't even have the time to continue his debate with Dean Lin, and turned to leave. Dean Lin watched his retreating figure and called after him. Professor Zhou, you have to deliver results by the end of the year regardless. Downstairs, Bai Xiaoke and Zhu Jinhua arrived at the physics building. From a distance, they saw the hurried figure of Zhou Wenqing. Bai Xiaoke recognized Zhou Wenqing. Is that Professor Zhou? What happened to him? His laboratory has been rather disturbed lately. Zhu Jinhua withdrew his gaze, not particularly concerned. The project isn't getting results, and he's got a team that's dragging them down. His laboratory is going to be dissolved by the end of the year. He also felt thankful for his own decision not to take over the group of students from Bai Lian. Otherwise his laboratory might be the one in chaos. Bai Xiaoke lowered his gaze, knowing that Zhou Wenqing was Bai Lian's supervisor. He masked the light in his eyes. That's truly unfortunate. The inner office of Zhou Wenqing's laboratory. Himself, Hu Yu and 3 senior brothers. They surrounded the table, where 30 neatly arranged square palladium gold blocks were displayed. Senior brother Lu put down the experimental equipment and took a deep breath. This is really palladium gold, 30 pounds. Source web novel. Com. Updated on EnvGo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746. 296 Lying to Win. Jiang Shijua _2 Palladium gold is precious and rare. Even Jiang University couldn't gather so much palladium in a short time. Faced with a heap of palladium, Zhou Wenqing and his 4 students didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing that they hadn't come out for quite a while, Tang Ming politely knocked on the door. Brother Lu, could you take a look at my data? The door opened. Brother Lu looked utterly bewildered. Tang Ming then saw the silvery metal on the table. He didn't pay it much mind and casually asked, Iridium? Iridium. Palladium is several times more expensive than gold. And iridium is even more precious than palladium, a scarce metal in major laboratories and bases alike. Oh, Brother Lu paused, then explained. Junior, this is palladium, not iridium. The junior sister said she's giving it to our lab, but 30 pounds, that's so much. As Brother Lu spoke, the others in the office nodded in agreement. Palladium gold is essentially a precious metal that is priceless on the market. Not to mention iridium. I see, said Tang Ming, scratching the back of his head. Don't you need to conduct experiments? Mao Ji has a lot of these things at home. He raised his hand to show the iridium on his wrist. I also use it to exercise. It's very effective. Brother Lu. In the office, the others also stared at Tang Ming's wrist, speechless even after Tang Ming left with Brother Lu. Even academician Ma wouldn't dare to be so extravagant, would he? The door was closed once more. In the office, Yu turned to Zhou Wenqing. Teacher, can we continue our research now? Zhou Wenqing settled back into his office chair. He had no particular intentions with these new students and certainly didn't expect to improve his performance through them, as his lab members were all quite laid back. But now, he stared at the pile of palladium on the table, absorbed in thought. He knew this year's freshmen were far from ordinary, but what kind of people were they exactly? Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, not one of their surnames was familiar to him. Where did they get these things that even Jiang University lacked? Yinxiao District. In the precinct at Sun Fei's office. In half a year, the police station had been purged once, and Sun Fei had been promoted to brigade commander. It's not easy for a woman in any industry, and Sun Fei had to be much more capable than others to stand out among many officers. Her visibility increased after the Bai Lian incident, and with this promotion, her capabilities became even more prominent. Miss Bai, Sun Fei closed the door and handed Bai Lian a cup of tea. Please have a look. I'll be outside if you need anything. Just call me. Thank you. Bai Lian looked up, thanked Sun Fei, the computer screen's glow falling into her dark pupils, diffusing a lazy, polite, and gentle light. The last crackdown in Yinxiao District was critical evidence anonymously sent to Sun Fei. Bai Lian didn't show up, but when Sun Fei later visited Qinglong Bar and saw Xiaoqi with Bai Lian, she knew Bai Lian had tacitly consented. Naturally, Sun Fei remembered this well. My login ID and password are 258962. Once Sun Fei left, Bai Lian entered the password and logged automatically into the internal software system to search for the name, Zhou Jian. Bai Lian knew about the incident with Suan. She also knew it wasn't Zhou Jian's first crime, but she wasn't particularly concerned with his past offenses. She hadn't reviewed the extent of Zhou Jian's crimes that the chief and others had uncovered. Now, as she looked, she discovered Zhou Jian had collaborated with traffickers more than a dozen times. The earliest event was 19 years ago. According to Zhou Jian's own confession, he did it to push out another assistant close to Ren Qian. But now, as Bai Lian left the police station, it started to snow again in Jiangjing. Ming Dongheng was waiting outside the precinct. The moment she emerged, he followed 5 meters behind her, asking in a low voice, Miss Bai, are we going to the CRFS building? Jiang Fulai's office location. Bai Lian snapped back to reality and glanced at him. Can I go? Of course you can, Ming Dongheng replied respectfully. In the car. Bai Lian took out her laptop, set it on the back seat table, and sent the song name to Director Jian. Then, remembering something, her fingers abruptly stopped on the laptop. She picked up her phone placed beside her, and dialed a number. A male voice answered. Hello? Dr. Lu, this is Bai Lian, she said, left hand resting on the black keyboard. Phone in her right. Dark eyes gazing out the window. Do you remember the similar case from over a decade ago when Uncle Su was sick? Can you check for it? Source, web novel. Com, updated on InvGo. Co if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 747, 296 Lying to Win, Jiang Shijua _3 Xiangqing. After putting down the phone, Chief Physician Lu went to the Medical Affairs Department to check the medical records. The illness of Suan was not common, And that particular case was also a classic one for the hospital. Since the patient had been hospitalized before, their electronic records were preserved. Dr. Liu had reviewed them last year, and still had some memory of it. As soon as Bai Lian arrived, Chief Physician Liu sent her the patient's information and details of the illness. A black car stopped in front of the CRFS building. Bai Lian's apricot-colored embroidered shoes landed on a thin layer of snowflakes. Her cold fingertips opened the message Dr. Liu had sent, which contained an image. The patient information found by Dr. Liu. Patient name, Ji Xiaorong. Bai Lian put away her phone. Jiang Fulai was still in the underground lab. The temperature was low, so he was wearing a coat covered with a white lab coat. With fingers as pale as his coat, he held a black pen. He was methodical in whatever he did, although sometimes he could be impatient with his team members. After he finished analyzing the data for the day, he reached out to turn off the projector. Everyone in the lab was flipping through their notebooks. Outside the door, the waiting assistant entered as he finished. "Young Master Jiang, Mr. Ming is here." "Ming Dongheng?" Jiang Fulai gave an in response, his face expressionless. He closed his notebook and was about to head inside. Having worked overtime recently, he had finally created the concept drawing for the engine. Hesitantly, the assistant spoke up. "Mr. Ming has brought a girl to the top-floor lounge." Jiang Fulai's footsteps halted. He looked back, gathered his pen and notebook, and while taking out his mobile phone from his lab coat pocket, he removed his coat and walked out. His emotions were clearly displayed. "When did they arrive?" he asked in a deep voice. "While you were in the meeting," the assistant replied, observing his expression and movements while wondering who the girl Mr. Ming brought could be, and quickly followed him. Jiang Fulai casually carried his white coat and passed through the air raid shelter door after an iris scan. The black hem of his clothes flowed in a noticeable arc. When he entered the elevator, his light-colored eyes landed on the assistant. "Next time she comes, let me know in advance." He didn't specify which she, but the assistant got the hint. It probably wasn't referring to Ming Dongheng. The two reached the first floor. Jiang Fulai's private restroom was at the top of the building, accessible by a separate elevator. He exited the elevator and headed to another one that wasn't open to other people. In the lobby on the first floor, a group of people happened to be passing by. Men and women. Leading them was a strikingly attractive man in a suit, speaking with a middle-aged man beside him. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai, he quickened his pace and approached. "Brother Jiang." Jiang Fulai nodded slightly towards the man, his refined features betraying no emotion. As for the others, he didn't glance at them, and without stopping, he entered the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. For a moment, the entire first floor fell into silence. Everyone watched as the elevator reached the top floor. Only when the red numbers stopped did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Fulai's assistant stepped aside, took a pile of documents in his arms, and greeted the arriving man. "President Jiang." This was Jiang Shijue, the CEO of Zhongxing Group. Jiang Fulai's assistant was also very polite to Jiang Shijue, Assistant Yi. Assistant Yi smiled and left with the documents. Jiang Shijue watched Assistant Yi go before withdrawing his gaze. "Director Li, let's reschedule for another day." No one dared to object to him. After Jiang Shijue left, Director Li turned to the man behind him. "President Ming, let's call it a day. President Jiang doesn't have time today." Once President Ming got into the car outside, he carefully exhaled. Even though he had only stopped by the first floor to look at the model today, it was a unique experience in their circle. But his luck was also very good, having met the crown prince of the Jiang family. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he turned to the girl in the back seat and shared the day's events, only remembering something at the end. "Zongyao, how are things going with the young master from the Yu family?" Ming Zongjiao's gaze was on the computer. "He's getting engaged to someone from the one family at the end of the year." Bai Lian was simply in a different place to look at data. On WeChat, Hu Yu Zhou Wenqing and others had sent a bunch of messages, and there was also a message from Director Jian. When Jiang Fulai took off his coat and came in, he saw her sitting at the desk, processing data and messages, and his usually cool brow and eyes softened somewhat. "How come you didn't say anything when you came over?" Jiang Fulai walked behind her and saw she was chatting with director Jian. She and director Jian had decided on a name for the new song, Flatboat. This was influenced by Hu Yu. The lyrics she wrote had a certain far ocean feel of a flatboat. Source web novel. Com. Updated on envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748. 296 Lying to Win. Jiang Shijua _4 Jiang Fulai was indifferent to the songs for Yen Lu, his long and powerful fingers resting on the armrests on both sides of the seat, casually glanced at the computer screen, and then his gaze moved to her face. She wore a celadon-colored top today. Her hair was entirely pinned up with a pin that faintly emitted a purple hue, revealing a pair of dark eyebrows. Her facial features exuded a lazy scholarly air. Come and take a look. Bai Lian didn't bother with Hu Yu's flooding messages, replying with 2 words to Dean Jian. Jiang Fulai leaned over, his lips landing gently yet firmly at the corner of hers. Wait for me a bit, let's go out for dinner. He had casual wear on standby here, grabbed an outfit, and went to the bathroom at the back to shower. Outside, Jiang Shijua leaned on the bar, his eyes on the door to the lounge, casually talking to Ming Dongheng lifting weights nearby. Xiaoming, is Miss Bai really in there? Answered Ming Dongheng, lifting a dumbbell with one hand, his response light and unaffected. Thank heavens, after more than a year, Jiang Shijua was finally going to meet Bai Lian in person. Everyone from the Jiang family to Gao Shu's group was curious about Bai Lian's existence. Such a person had only appeared once in the Jiang family in 100 years. Without him, the Jiang family might have become as fragmented as the Mu family and gradually faded from Xinjiang district. Jiang Shijua was highly curious about who had tamed a bewitching existence like Jiang Fulai, especially after hearing Ming Dongheng's description. A milk tea with double sugar. Was that something Jiang Fulai would bother to pick up with his fingers? Of course, curious as he was, Jiang Shijua had never investigated Bai Lian. Everything he knew came from what he heard from Su Nanjing's and Ming Dongheng's mouths. Will her presence be stronger than Sister Baixuan's? Jiang Shijua straightened his collar. As he was speaking, the door to the lounge was pushed open from the inside. Jiang Shijua quickly dropped his hand, standing tall outside the door, dignified with the authority of Zongxing's executive CEO, hands at his sides, also displaying a polite demeanor. Beside him, Ming Dongheng, who hadn't been paying much attention to Jiang Shijua, also put down his weights. The first to come out was Jiang Fulai. He wore a black coat, speaking softly to the person behind him, holding a checkered scarf in his hand, with a white cloak casually draped over one arm. Clearly the cloak wasn't his. Jiang Shijua was taken aback at the sight, and only then saw the girl behind Jiang Fulai. She was only holding a laptop, wearing a casual celadon top, white buttons done up to her neck, her eyebrows modestly lowered. She wasn't what Jiang Shijua had imagined. Instead, she had a subdued lazy air. When she lifted her brows and eyes, those black pupils betrayed some of the edge she couldn't quite hide. Jiang Shijua, said Jiang Fulai with a slight lift of his brows, casually introducing her. Jiang Shijua hurriedly straightened up, warmly introducing himself to Bai Lian. Miss Bai, hello, I'm Jiang Shijua, just call me by my name. Hello. Bai Lian handed the laptop to Ming Dongheng and nodded to him. Jiang Fulai, not wanting to beat around the bush with Jiang Shijua, directly left with Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng, holding the laptop, followed them to drive. Jiang Shijua saw them off to the elevator, and only after the elevator reached the first floor did he take out his phone to call Chen Beixian. Chen Beixian was direct. It's Wang Yufeng. Not only has he come, but he also brought a large shipment of goods. As to where he is, you each have your own skills to find out. I can't locate him. Clearly many people had called her about this before. I'm not asking about that today. Jiang Shijua smiled cordially, pressing the elevator button again. I unexpectedly saw Miss Bai today. She's quite different from what I'd imagined. Seems very well behaved. The meeting was so sudden, he hadn't had the chance to give his gift. Now only Chen Beixian had not met Bai Lian. She asked Jiang Shijue a few more questions. Zhou Wenqing's lab had acquired a new batch of palladium, and everyone got busy. Zhou Wenqing originally asked Hu Yu and her team to guide Bai Lian, and the others properly. However, when the experiment truly began, Hu Yu found they didn't need teaching at all, especially Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. The two could almost keep up with their pace, even calculating data for them. At midnight, Hu Yu was starting to flag, but inside the lab, none of the new recruits had left. She couldn't help but touch her nose, sip some coffee, and get wrapped up with them. This group of new recruits was so energetic that not a single one was sleepy. At 20 past midnight, Bai Lian stood up, handing a set of data to Hu Yu. "Senior sister, I'm going back to the dormitory." Once she left, the others stopped as well, Ning Xiao handing over a model to Hu Yu. Hu Yu, looking at the data, yawned and was about to lock up and leave when she saw the data calculated by Bai Lian. She was jolted awake, and sleepiness vanished. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on InvGo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749. Jiangjing's Top Circle, taking Wen Jixia to the Su family to admire the plum blossoms. _1 Mathematics requires a certain talent. If you don't understand a problem, even a teacher's 10 years of explanation would be useless. Aside from that, it also requires a passion and practical skills. Ning Xiao had never received formal tutoring in mathematics, and yet back in Xiangqing he was already considered on par with Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu. Later on, he joined the enhanced class and with guidance from Jiang Fulai, his long-term foundation and hard work meant that his current research on a project and direction was in no way inferior to Hu Yu. There's no need to mention Bai Lian. She had already understood the concept of integration back in Daong, where they used A, B, C, D instead of the simplified numbers of today. Previously, her master had only taught her about measuring land and constructing specific diagrams of riverbanks and water channels. Modern science was a powerful addition to her arsenal. Zhou Wenqing's lab had few students, and the department head had issued an ultimatum. The lab was busy recently. Senior Lu and others were researching palladium experiments, and Hu Yu was earnestly instructing her juniors in data calculation. What Bai Lian gave her were the quantum bits with different parameters that needed to be calculated. Their research focus was on superconductors, inevitably involving the consideration of quantum tunneling related to superconducting quantum computing. This was a crucial part of their project. Hu Yu planned to first familiarize her juniors with this project, but to her surprise, in just a week, Bai Lian had already given her parts of the calculated results. And then there was Ning Xiao. At this moment, Hu Yu was truly wide awake. She turned on her computer to check the material structural model provided by Ning Xiao. One bit after another. Hu Yu did not leave the lab. Instead, she took out her phone to contact Senior Lu. Senior Lu had already showered and was ready to sleep when he received Hu Yu's call. Puzzled, he asked, "Junior sister, you're not asleep yet?" "I can't sleep anymore, senior brother," Hu Yu said spiritedly as she looked at the computer. "Come over and look at the material model Ning Xiao constructed, and also, the quantum parameters estimated by Junior Bai. Come to the lab first and see." Previously, due to the insufficient palladium, the number of quantum bits they captured wasn't stable. The dozy Senior Lu hurriedly grabbed his coat and headed to the lab. At 3 in the morning, Senior Lu and Hu Yu finished reviewing the results achieved by Bai Lian and Ning Xiao over the past week or so. They looked at each other in astonishment. They had thought that the 10 new students were just there to experience the atmosphere and earn easy credits, but now it seemed that while people like Ding Wenyang truly were, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were definitely not. How did junior sister manage to calculate this? Senior Lu sat in front of the computer, his bewildered expression slowly turning to shock as he sat up straight. And what about junior brother? What does he do? Are all freshmen these days like this? It's one thing to freely provide them with so much palladium, but how can they keep up with their experimental progress so effortlessly? What were Professor Sun and Dr. Zwa thinking? Senior brother, I think, who you paused, gingerly pointing to the data beside her. Our teacher might really become the vice dean soon. Zhou Wenqing and his team had been preparing for more than 2 years, and now they had an additional group of new students who seemed unserious but turned out to be exceptionally talented, along with enough experimental materials for a significant breakthrough. Actually, the group consisting of Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and others was quite famous. Apart from Liang Wuyu, several of them were from Xiangqing. Many people in the school were keeping an eye on them. There's also a circle in scientific research, where even if some people achieve results, it's uncertain whose name will hang as the first author. The group of Bai Lian and Ning Xiao was rejected by Professor Sun, which was immediately discussed on the University Town Forum. She had always been a hot topic on the University Town Forum since enrollment. Almost every interval, she would dominate the forum for a while, with girls on the forum even asking for the link to her cloak not long ago. The group of girls from the University Town managed to thread about Bai Lian's black cloak over 1,000 replies. Although there wasn't much discussion about Bitumihai on the forum, most people had come across her promotional video on short video platforms. The subsequent rejections of several new students by Professor Sun and Dr. Zwa were also shared to the forum. After Zhou Wenqing took over the new students, his lab was faced with an ultimatum, and most people on the forum were skeptical about Zhou Wenqing's lab and the group of new students led by Bai Lian. Some directly expressed their opinions. Among these new students, I think the one most likely to make it to the end is Gao Yuan. He has been with Dr. Gao's research lab all along, and there will be scientific research outcomes by the end of the year. This year's Tongfeng class special scholarship is probably going to be Gao Yuan's. It's not necessarily so. You have to understand that the group of students including Bai Lian and God Ning, as well as Tang Ming, cannot be judged by normal thinking. Do you know how many points Ning Xiao has in the preparatory camp? 479 million. Gao Yuan only has a bit over 2 million. Source Web Novel. Com updated on InvGo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.